Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our Founders Day celebration under the aegis of the Faculty of Management Studies. I'm Lindsay Rosario, your host for this one-of-a-kind digital conclave. On the onset, I really want to take this moment to thank you for taking the time out and being here. This forum has a lot of reasons for people to be here. We have knowledge seekers, budding entrepreneurs, nature enthusiasts, but the common thread that binds us all is our love for learning and giving back to the community, to our country, to the world, and to our dear, dear planet. What is it called? The spirit of Guru Dakshina. And that's what makes this gathering so special, well riveted into our annual calendar for all the stakeholders of the institution, past, present, students, faculty, community members to come together to celebrate the spirit of what this legendary institute has plowed for each one of us. We have participation from interdisciplinary students, delegates from all over the country and abroad. Once again, a warm, warm welcome to each one of you. Namaste. Climate change is always spoken about and less practiced. But this year, we are going to reverse this line. It's going to be less talking and more action. This year's theme is climate change and you. Very interesting, right? But yet so alarming, because you is critical part of today's theme, which goes hand in glove along with an indispensable factor for mankind's survival. That's climate. In the next few hours, there's going to be some great food for thought on how we as a generation can implement changes that will steer us towards building an eco-friendly, greener planet. And now I would like to acknowledge a brand that believes in making these actions possible. Thank you, STL, our title sponsor, for supporting us in this initiative. STL is an industry-leading integrator of digital networks, living their tagline of Beyond Tomorrow. Their fully 5G-ready digital network solutions helps telcos, cloud companies, citizen networks, and large enterprises deliver enhanced experiences to their customers. STL also provides integrated 5G-ready end-to-end solutions ranging from wired to wireless, design to deployment, connectivity to compute through core capabilities in optical interconnect, virtualized access solutions, network software, and system integration. STL is an industry-leading integrator of digital networks. Let's understand them a little better.
Life is a blockchain of dots, and data connectivity is the most fundamental. In no time, everything from enterprises to cities to economies to cultures will be connected, networked. This is tomorrow, and it can only be created if we think beyond tomorrow. And that's why we are here, the Digital Networks Integrator. We build end-to-end technology solutions that make the digital networks ready for tomorrow, with unique capabilities in optical interconnect, virtualized access, network software, and system integration. We are innovating across the technology stack. The world of digital is our oyster. We co-imagine, co-own, and co-create the future with our customers for a value proposition of the whole, which is greater than the sum of its part. For telcos, it is creating hyperspeed connections by the millions. For what we call the cloud era, it is all about the intelligent edge and massive connectivity. We enabled virtualized gigabyte broadband and offer integrated 5G solution. Large enterprises need to win at everything: performance, digitization, and security. And what about people and nation? They are all our customers. We light up millions of nodes that democratize data for all. All of this is not simple. But then, who wants simple? We love problems. That is why our customers love our end-to-end solutions in wireless connectivity, optical connectivity, FTTX integration network modernization, and fiber deployment. With STL's 25 years of experience in optical fiber innovations and India-made secure 5G solution ready for the world, we enable full value of connectivity by creating networks that offer the digital-first experience to your customer. There is joy in creating value. What is good for humankind is good for us. We believe in giving back to the society and communities. We do all of this the stellar way, by creating happy teams full of innovators and hustlers with over 30-plus nationalities. We delight inside out, and this is what makes STL a great place to work. Here we are with over 600 patents, 4 innovation centers, and 2 software development centers. With 8 global production facilities producing more than 50 million fiber kilometers, and 3,000 plus happy employees. having Academy trained more than 86,000 tech professionals, now in Guinness Book of World Record. STL, making its place among the top 100 tech challengers of 2020. Changing the status quo, taking the world beyond tomorrow. STL, Beyond Tomorrow.
Great. That was our title sponsor, STL. Thank you so much, STL, for supporting us in this initiative. And now to flag this evening off, we have the president of FMS Forum, Mr. AP Parigi. Mr. AP Parigi, a business leader that built outstanding organizations in sunrise industries way before the word startup was even coined. He co-founded ENIL, Radio Mirchi, and Times Out of Home, was the CEO of BPL Mobile Communications. He's also represented as a member of the Business Advisory Council for the said business school at Oxford and former board member of Benetton Coleman and senior advisor to Yash Raj Films. Over 45 years of impeccable record, and yet his favorite title is that of being a mentor. He mastered the art of corporate ikigai that intersects fun and responsibility, or F&R, as many of his mentees fondly recall. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. AP Parigi for the President's address.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you very much for the lovely introduction. Ladies and gentlemen, I wish to extend a special welcome to each one of you in the audience. But I'd like to also extend a special welcome to Dr. Vivek Suneja, our Dean, our patron, who has been influential in guiding us with deciding the design of the theme for the annual Founders Day. Thank you, Professor Vivek Suneja, for your support and your guidance. I wish to also welcome the faculty members, the PhD scholars at FMS, the former faculty, the former deans, the students, the alumni, the sponsors, and the invitee speakers to this very special event. Today is the Founders Day annual celebrations. Since 2015, it's become an annual feature, and rightly so. The question is, what is the special significance of the theme of the conference, which is climate change and you? What does the U stand for? We submit that when we said it's climate change and you, we meant the U has two dimensions. One is the organized sector, the business leaders, the multinationals, the corporations, the governments, policymakers. The other part of you, the other side of the coin, is individuals, ladies and gentlemen, like you and me. We as a nation, I believe, can bend the curve. We as a nation can bend the curve. In simple terms, I submit to you that we as a nation can accomplish our ambitious climate goals that the Prime Minister had committed at COP26 in Glasgow. Now, what gives me that conviction? What gives me that academic courage? What gives me the conviction as a practitioner, having been in the field running large corporations? If you look at the demographic dividend that we always speak about, over 50% of India's population clearly demonstrates that we have over 50% of the population under the age of 25, the youth. I believe if anyone can work a miracle, it is the youth of India. Is this claim exaggerated? To my mind, I don't think so. The youth today are far more conscious of the environment. But what their request and what their unsaid request is, can business leaders, policymakers, governments give us eco-friendly products, but at affordable prices? Are they willing to take the sacrifice when India moves from old technologies, which are fossil-driven, and rightly so for the present, in the next 10, 20 years, towards new, greener, cleaner technologies? This transition is going to be a great challenge. While it's easy to say in media editorials that the youth should understand they'll be victims of climate change if our generation, present policymakers, those in the political class do not act today or as on yesterday, which is true. But the fact remains that they can work miracles. What we need to do is communicate with them the sacrifices that may entail the transition while moving from old, non-eco-friendly technologies to far more eco-friendly technologies. Now, what is it that gives me this conviction that we can achieve? Look at the pandemic, the way the public responded. The youth in the forefront, whether in the corporation, whether in hospitals, whether in the military, whether in the police, all frontline workers, bulk of them were young. And we as a nation, to my mind, have done fairly well in terms of a response to the pandemic. Unprepared, but we did arrive. So what is the role of business leaders? What is the relevance of having this theme today? Because we want, on behalf of the Faculty of Management Studies and the FMS Forum, set the agenda for the next 10 years, along with like-minded thought leaders, institutions, and societies, nations, and communities. Hence, we chose the climate change and you as theme. Well, Mr. Parigi, we may have done well in our response to the pandemic, maybe a couple of flaws here and there. But what is this conviction? What is this audacious proposition that you say that we can work miracles by collaborating with the youth of India? If you look at our history, look at the Green Revolution, look at the Milk Revolution, look at the IT Revolution, and at the age of 73, I've been part of these revolutions, witnessed them as a student, as a young manager. We achieved. It's the same invisible force, with the help of the youth, with right policy leaders, great leadership from business leaders, that we can become the world's largest superhouse for clean, green hydrogen. Clean, green hydrogen. We can become the global suppliers of electric vehicles. Some of you might not be aware that in the last 10 years, from a measly 20, 30, 50,000 mobile phone exports, we are now going to export at least 2 lakh phones. All this in 10 years. So I think as a nation, we can bend the curve. As a nation, we will achieve our goals. Then what is the challenge that I think confronts us? How do we get the developed world, the global financial institutions and the global markets to share the financial burden of India when we transit from the old technologies to the new technologies? This is a critical part. And I think the government is already engaged with this kind of a challenge. The other is to empower our youth, educate them, train them, communicate with them, and tell them that there are sacrifices. We need to redesign for a better eco-friendly world or planet or lifestyle. We need to redesign the demand and consumption side of our lifestyle, at least for 10 to 20 years, and we will arrive successfully and achieve our goals. So thank you for your patience. Thank you for your indulgence. Once again, welcome to this very special evening brought to you by the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, and the FMS Forum. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Parigi. Definitely, very rightly put, that the youth will be the forefront of this change, and the ownership would also fall on our policy and business leaders. And definitely heartwarming start to this celebration, positively impacting our young, impressionable minds. And as we know that our young minds come with a lot of questions, and questions are really good. We love questions. And today is the day when you get rewarded for asking them. So prepare your questions for the session ahead and make sure you jot them down in your question box. And if you get picked for the session, you win a cash voucher with 5,000 rupees. And we have 10 of those to give away. So make sure you are writing down your questions and putting it forward in the question answer tab. Yes? Okay, with that. And we have 10 people who are going to win this, 10 of them. Next up is this very special session, the Dean's Address, a trusted patron of the FMS Forum and a multi-dimensional intellectual, Dr. Vivek Suneja. Dr. Vivek Suneja is currently a professor of strategy at FMS. As a Felix Scholar, he studied for his doctoral degree from the University of Reading, and thereafter for a decade taught at some of the most prestigious universities in the UK. In India, he served as Dean and later as Pro Vice Chancellor for Delhi University. Strategy, marketing, entrepreneurship, economics, culture, and public policy are subjects that are so close to his heart. He has written several books in those domains, and as he continues to stay committed to furthering collective welfare in his own way. Please welcome Dr. Vivek Suneja for the Dean's Address.
Thank you.
Welcome, sir. Great to have you here. We are very, very honored today.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for being here.
Mr. President Parigi, President of the FMS Forum, Mr. Raj Sharma, Vice President of the FMS Forum, Professor Anand, our former Dean, all the other former Deans of FMS who are kindly gracing today's occasion, my esteemed colleagues, the distinguished faculty we have at FMS, students, and of course, all the distinguished participants of in today's functions, the speakers, the panelists, the students. On behalf of FMS, I welcome you all to this very, very auspicious occasion, the FMS Founders Day celebrations. Ever since its foundation in 1954, FMS has led business and management education in India through achievement of excellence in teaching, research, mentoring, and engagement with industry and policy making. On this very auspicious occasion of the Founders Day, we in FMS today reaffirm our commitment to these founding values that have guided us so well in the past. FMS has also consistently been in the forefront of engaging with policy making at both the national and international levels. We serve as a think tank for the nation. And in this context, we've chosen the theme for this year's Founders Day as we have climate change and you. Nothing can be more important to deliberate upon at this juncture in time than climate change. Even though COVID has caused enormous disruption to our lives, this pales in comparison to the destruction that global warming poses in the future. Climate change is an existential threat to the very life on this planet. There's some policy makers who have argued and indeed continue to argue that this grave challenge can be met through technology. Clearly, technology will play a huge role in meeting this challenge, as Parigi Saab was just saying. But if there's any lesson that COVID has taught us, is we should not over-rely on technology. After all, we thought our medicine, we have the latest techniques, we can do laser surgery, we have eradicated so many of communicable diseases. And here comes a virus, and we have no technological answers at all. Sure, we have vaccines, but they only work in a partial way. Hence, when it comes to global warming, relying on technology alone would be dangerous. And that brings me to the address that I have prepared for today. And the topic, as you know, is reimagining the good life. Because clearly technology will not suffice. We'll have to find ways of changing lifestyles which are more sustainable in terms of consumption, which a planet can bear. This is also the topic for today's panel discussion with very, very stellar speakers who will debate technology versus sustainability. But I think with COVID, we need to pause and reflect. What exactly are we after? What will give us lasting joy? Is it a succession of fleeting sensory and egoic pleasures that is enough for humankind? Or can we make a distinction between sustainable long-term joy and mere sensory and egoic pleasures? John Kenneth Galbraith, in his book, which was written as early as 1958, called The Affluent Society, he pointed out that, look, there's a distinction between wants and needs. Needs are fairly limited. Needs are physiological. The basic human needs are for food, clothes, shelter, health, education. And these can be met fairly easily, given our technologies, given the resources of our planet. Food, clothes, shelter, roti, kapda, makan can be easily met. In fact, with food, I mean, it's sad. You take, a few things and your 2,500 calories are up. Anything beyond that, if you put on weight, then you have to go to the gym. Clothes. I'm wearing my, proudly wearing my FMS jacket today, and all of this winter, that has kept me warm. Frankly, I don't need anything else. One FMS jacket is good enough to last through winter and several winters. Health. If we eat right, if we exercise right, we should be fairly healthy. Most of our diseases today are affluence diseases because we don't exercise, we eat too much. So the point I'm making is with current technology and this bountiful earth, our basic physiological needs for food, clothes, shelter, health, education can be easily met. And if we get our distribution right, everybody can have access to these. There's no reason anybody should live in absolute poverty. The sad part is that after COVID, the number of people now in India who live in absolute poverty, right, who don't have enough nutrition, is now about 25%. Clearly, this need not be so. We basically need to get our act together and make sure basic needs are met of everyone. But most of us are more privileged. Most people who are listening to today's talk are far more privileged. It's not these physiological needs that are a problem. We essentially now live in the head. We don't live anymore through senses. We live through symbols. It's an imaginary world that we live in. Clothes. It's not just clothing you need to keep yourself warm. It's fashion clothing, which we want to wear once and then dump and not wear it for another party. We might want destination weddings for which we fly half the way, half the globe. and use floral decorations which last half a night. And I was recently invited, recent means before COVID, to a wedding where the gentleman had spent close to 25 lakhs on flowers alone, flowers which lasted just an evening. So there's clearly no end to want. Needs are limited. But wants which are symbolic, which are in the head, the want for status, the demand for showing off, the demand for being better than your neighbor in his eyes, which actually is a zero-sum game. It's a rat race of status. That is endless. Milan Kundera, who's my favorite novelist, he once said, the only failure there is in humans is failure of the imagination. The only failure there is the failure of the imagination. In other words, when it comes to technology, we made enough technology to keep us all satisfied. But what do we imagine the good life to be? When will we be happy? Will one luxury car be enough? Do we need a whole fleet of luxury cars and much more than what a neighbor possesses? So the real question is, can we think about this? If we live in the head, if it is symbols rather than just sensory pleasures which give us joy, it is status, it is esteem, and luxury consumption, which will become a symbol of all these things. Can we reimagine that? Is a reimagination possible where we live more simply, which our planet can bear? Because after all, it's not only a question of global warming. Our metals, our mineral resources, our oil, all that is in limited supply. Today, forests are being cut down at an unprecedented rate. And when forests go, animals go too. We are now eliminating animal species at a rate higher than any time in history. Clearly, these sentient beings have as much a right to a planet as we have. So it's a philosophical question. It's a think tank question. The FMS Forum is a think tank. That's its chief purpose. It consists of some of our very distinguished alumni who've done very well in the business world, but also in the world of policy making. And our distinguished faculty at FMS also in their various ways affect policy making in this land. So I think today, on this auspicious day of the FMS Founders Day, I think we all need to put our heads together and our imagination together. Can we imagine another way of living, which is more sustainable, simpler, happier, more egalitarian? So I really look forward to the panel discussion, to all our wonderful speakers who will give the plenary address and the vast memorial address. I've also looked forward to the Lifetime Achievement Award function, to excerpts from the Think debate. And lastly, I'd like to thank the FMS Forum, who worked so hard, not just Mr. Parigi and Mr. Sharma, but also all the other members of the executive who worked very, very hard throughout the last 6 months or so, or even longer, to bring this together. I'd also like to thank our compere, a very distinguished compere, Lincia, and all our sponsors for gracing this occasion. So all the very best, and may we have a great Founders Day, and everywhere, let us have a great Founders Day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Vivek. Copious amount of wisdom coming there. Will sensory pleasures give us joy? What an amazing narration to reimagine a good life, change our lifestyle that is sustainable to our earth. Thank you so much. Those words will stay with us for long. In fact, for those who may not be aware, one of his books, Economic Theory and Policy Amidst Global Discontent, is a must read. Once again, thank you, Dr. Vivek, Suneja, for facing this occasion. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to give credit to a brand that supports initiative in context with climate change, our co-sponsor, HDFC Ergo, a digital-first company transforming into an AI-first company. HDFC Ergo is a leader in implementing technology to offer consumers the best-in-class service experience. Let's have a look at their story.
भूतों से सावधान। हाय। सभी लेके भूतों का क्या सच है काका?
भूतों के सच से ज्यादा जरूरी है इंसानों के फायदे का सच जानना।
ये कौन सा वाला सच है?
ये सच है कि HDFC अर्गो की ऑप्टिमा सिक्योर हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी के सिक्योर बेनिफिट से आपको मिलेगा दुगना कवरेज एट नो एडिशनल कॉस्ट।
मतलब भूत नहीं है ना काका?
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस का सबसे बड़ा सच, ऑप्टिमा सिक्योर द बेनिफिट सो मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, it's great to have sponsors who really support our initiative. Thank you, HDFC Ergo. And moving on to our next segment, we are now at a very significant juncture of the evening to confer the Lifetime Achievement Award, high coveted honor, instituted with the resolve to recognize commitment and contribution of an individual, which is nothing less than path-breaking. The well-deserving recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award is Professor M.M. Anand, FMS's former dean and head, an academician and author par excellence. As an ace ranker from his student days at University of Lucknow and Delhi University, his brilliance was recognized and he was sponsored for graduate program in marketing management at Stanford University and then advanced management program at CEPECA in Romania. He was drawn back to FMS Delhi to pursue a doctoral program under the guidance of Professor A. Disra. He has also served as a professor at NITIE Mumbai, IMI Delhi, and an external faculty at Mauritius University, and continued to be on the board of several companies of international repute. His prolificity for sharing knowledge is well known, resulting in a number of publications to his credit as he presented detailed papers at esteemed forums like World Productivity Congress at Montreal and World Leisure Congress at Jaipur. His love for teaching saw him as a regular guest faculty on several Indian campuses as he continued with his training programs. Ladies and gentlemen, such an honor to have him with us. It's so amazing. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you Dr. Anand.
Good day. Wish you all and your families a happy and a safe new year. First and foremost, I would like to offer my sincere thanks to the FMS Forum for honoring me with Lifetime Achievement Award. During my long career, I have received many awards, but this one is special because it recognizes my contribution at FMS. Your presence has kindled old memories. Trickle of memories has become a river and immersed us in a flood of recollections. I will be failing in my duty if I do not pay tribute to my mentor, Professor A. Dasgupta. I would like you to travel with me in time to 1954, when Professor Dasgupta, a visionary, dreamt of building a world-class business school. I am reminded of Dr. Bernard Shaw, who said, "Some people see things as they are and say, why? Some dream of things that never were and say, why not?" The founding of business school in 1954 was an act of courage. Many at the universities in India and US believed the experiment was doomed to fail. There was a stigma attached to the word business. Many economists thought this was not an academic discipline. Against all odds, a humble beginning was made by launching of 3 years part-time diploma program for working executives with 2 to 3 years of working experience. The seed sown by Professor Dasgupta under his painstaking care blossomed and it grew from strength to strength. When I look back, I'm reminded of Andrew Carnegie, who said, "Take away my people, and soon grass will grow on the floor. But leave my people, and soon we will have a better and a new factory." It is time to take stock of our performance over the year. The sailing was not smooth. We had our share of pinpricks, anxieties, prejudices, and obstacles. Not only did we overcome the hurdles, but emerged stronger. One thing which sets us apart from the other business schools was our selection process. The graded cutoff point developed by the faculty was adopted by the IM recently. Our entrance test had a special section on sensitivity to the environment. I repeat, sensitivity to the environment, to test people's awareness to the general environment. Our interview panel consisted of 8 to 10 members representing different disciplines. Friends, it is easy to secure top position, but it is difficult to retain that position. Well, we have done it over the years. I am reminded of Professor Jagdish Seth, who launched his book Accidental Scholar at South Campus. To quote him, the reputation and the greatness of a university is not guided by the infrastructure or the reputation of the faculty, but the quality of the students like you. Alas, by joining the CAT, we have diluted our identity and the coveted position. Today we are ranked below IIMs in terms of CAT score. I may add some students in the past who had made it to IIMs prefer to join FMS. Let me name two of my students with whom I'm in touch. They are Kavaljeet Singh, a leading venture capitalist at Bangalore, and Professor Kaur, senior faculty at Alberta University. I hope we go back to the pre-CAT era and retain our identity as a leading business school. Friends, permit me to share my thoughts on a subject which is uppermost in the minds of all of us. It is said when troubles come, they don't come single, but in battalion. At a time when we, along with 150 countries and the European Union, are striving to achieve the 17 Sustainable Development Goals developed in 2015 to end poverty and protect the environment and ensure peace and happiness for all. We are struck by coronavirus and Omicron. Nobody knows how long the pandemic will have its spell, but it should not deter us from achieving the goals agreed upon in 2015. The effects of our neglect are with us and are likely to accelerate and make India less livable. According to the World Air Quality Report 2020 by the Swiss organization IQ Air, 22 of the most polluted cities are in India. As regards Delhi, I am reminded of Mr. Ghalib, who used to say, "Kaun jaye Delhi ki galiyan chhodkar." And today it is the most polluted capital city in the world and has been ranked for 3 years consecutively. The picture is no different in the case of water pollution. Ganga, most sacred city for the Hindus, has been ranked as the most polluted river in the world. I may add, all governments since inception had honest intentions to clean the river and tackle the growing air pollution menace. Excuse me, but in vain, because the political will to perform was lacking. Initiatives at the international level to improve the climate date back to 1972 when the first Human Environment Conference was held in Stockholm. India has participated in all the UN programs with one difference. Some countries have implemented suggested measures and we have confined ourselves to loud pulpit talks. This will be evident from the fact that in the year 2021, the car sales of electric vehicles in Norway was 86.2%, Sweden 45%, Germany 25%, and India, guess, less than 2%. Friends, there is no dearth of doable ideas which have been implemented and proved economically viable. The need of the hour is the political will to perform and deliver. I am an optimist, and with my mind's eye, I can visualize the day not far away when we'll be able to do away with air purifiers and water coolers, and we'll be able to breathe fresh air and drink pure water. To conclude, let me say, you are like stars in the sky. We may not see you, but we know you're always there. Goodbye, au revoir.
A legend indeed, Dr. Anand. Once again, congratulations on receiving the FMS Lifetime Achievement Award. You are an inspiration. A quick reminder to all of you to chime into the question box because the brightest ones will feature as amongst our winning questions for the session. And not only do our key guests answer the question, but you also stand a chance to win a cash voucher with 5,000 rupees up to rupees 50,000 before we end the session today. Prizes for the Q&A session are sponsored by Mark Exhaust and Artemis Hospitals. Thank you so much. And now we move on to the next segment, which is aptly called the Think Debate. Many of you may already know that it's a one-of-a-kind initiative in India by FMS Forum, an intellectual platform that annually and formally allows thought leaders of today and tomorrow to debate and bond over contemporary subjects that matter to each one of us. And this one is Coal India's Self-Goal, the burning topic for this wordy duel today. Get ready for this face-off in tandem with the theme of the evening. Enjoy.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for joining the Think Interbusiness School debate, which is an important sub-event of the annual FMS Founders Day celebrations. My name is Ashwin Malik, and I am actually from the FMS full-time batch of 19. FMS Forum, as I mentioned, is a voluntary body. It's a voluntary non-profit body comprised of alumni of FMS. And we interact with our alma mater in various ways. Topic to debate. I'd like to now hand over the remainder of this brief presentation to my colleague and my co-host, and our co-host, Puneet Wadhwa.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for the warm introduction. It's a beautiful day, and I hope everybody is as excited as I am for the Think debate. I want to wish the participants all the best. And at this moment, I would like to welcome our eminent jury, who are thought leaders from the various segments of the industry. I would like to first introduce Ms. Anvesha Thakur. Ms. Anvesha is the global co-head of climate change and decarbonization with KPMG Impact. And she's also the partner and lead with the KPMG India and Industry for the renewable energy segment. Ms. Anvesha advises governments, IFIs, utilities, developers, and investors on policy, regulatory, and strategy transformation and finance matters across clean energy technologies. She has a career which has spanned over the last 20 years and has worked in areas such as tax, corporate finance, investment advisory, strategy, and policy matters. She's an economics graduate from Delhi University, a chartered accountant, and a CFA charter holder. She's been a regular speaker on power sector and decarbonization issues in industry forums and is a recognized thought leader in the new energy space. Welcome, Ms. Anvesha. I would now also like to welcome our second eminent jury member, Dr. Rahul Tongia, who's a senior fellow with Center for Social and Economic Progress in New Delhi, where his work focuses on technology and policy, especially for sustainable development, and he leads the Energy, Natural Resources and Sustainability groups at CSEP and is also active in the broader issues of technology. Dr. Tongia is also a non-resident senior fellow at the Brookings Institution and an adjunct professor at the Carnegie Mellon University, and he was the founding technical advisor for the Government of India's Smart Grid Task Force. Dr. Rahul Tongia is also a fellow of the Indian National Academy of Engineering. And now I would also like to extend a warm welcome to our professor from FMS, Dr. Amit Bardhan. And Dr. Amit Bardhan is a professor in the Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi. His research areas and work includes the areas of analytics and operation research. He has a PhD in operations research from the University of Delhi, and he also did his postdoctoral research at the University of Texas at Dallas. He's taught at the University of Delhi and other leading business schools since 2000, and he also conducts management development programs and sponsored research. His work has been published in a lot of leading journals.
Being a sports person told me that what is self goal there football mein hota hai. And we thought about, like, if self goal is about putting the ball in your own side, and we thought that is India doing such thing? We couldn't clear the fact that India is getting affected. But when we look at it from the global perspective, our thoughts will completely change. And in the upcoming slides, we'll be able to explain why we think that we are going against the motion. First, let's talk about the introduction. India is largest consumer of coal. And
and reasoning that India actually needs coal, because as a developing nation, as a developing country, coal provides a lot of back-end support to the country in terms of electricity generation, in terms of transport that we can see in Indian railways, and also its need. And specifically, if we talk about, it's a compulsion because we don't have any actual alternative. And if we talk about some of the alternatives that we'll be talking in the later slides, but still we are not capable of managing the whole country for a longer time. So for that, we'll be needing, of course, it has some of the adverse effects on the climate of India, and also on the nature and the every components of the nature. But still, we can reduce the usage by with time.
In India, while you'll see aspiration in coal. Thermal mainly run on coal actually contributed 71% of the electricity generated in India over the past year, even though they accounted for only 55% of the total installed generation capacity. Thus, this capacity is very comparable to that of renewables, but they yield a far smaller output. If this is not enough to understand India's dependence on coal right now, we can even explore its economic implications, which are actually huge. Coal India Limited alone contributed to almost 3% of the annual revenue earned by the government, and it also directly employs 2.7 lakh workers. This is notwithstanding the 10 to 15 million dependents that actually live informally under India's coal belt. To further emphasize how important coal is to India right now, we can consider the recent coal crisis that just took place. There was a crippling coal shortage to thermal power plants, because of increasing international prices of coal
in some of the Indian states. So let's look at some of the challenges and issues that our favorite renewable resources face. The low prices of wind and solar projects disguise the structural costs renewable energy poses for grids when deployed at larger scales. Slew of the problems mentioned here can be attributed to something known as intermittency. Coal
about the dependence of India over the coal, over the resource coal, and the much high price was nothing but due to the certain reasons that accounts to COVID-19, the rainfall, and the international price rise itself. Now, as we all know that India has a huge dependence on coal, and beside that, if we talk about the other resources, the renewable resources, we all know, and I believe that every one of you will agree with me that we cannot totally be dependent on the other resources. That is why the word that used in the Glasgow summit was phase down, but not at all the phase out. With that, I would like to
It's a state-run enterprise, and they had ensured that they'll increase their supply from 1.7 million tons to 1.9 million tons. Next, they can control their supply of power. They can do this by rationing domestic power in India, especially the rural and semi-urban areas. Next, we'll talk about the price incentives. Soaring power
trend which we are expecting. So based upon a Brookings report which was given, it's expected that coal's overall contribution within the energy production will go down. But talking about in absolute terms, it will still go up. So as of now, this was 70%, and it's expected to reach 50% by 2030 or something about that number, which was given by the Brookings report. And taking that into consideration, we can say that that since we are seeing that the usage of coal is going to go up, so the deaths that we are seeing because of the air pollution we can also expect that to increase, since the coal usage of coal is increasing within the country. Second thing that we can see is that since we need to maintain and keep up these production facilities such as the coal powered power plants. So the investment or the resources which we are spending on this are being diverted from the resources that we could have spent on renewable energy and kind of made more progress in that sector, which could have improved the lives of people, as well as which could have made Indian technology much better in terms of renewable resources. Finally, its impacts on environment is also there, right? So deforestation, because a lot of big plots of land are to be cleaned for mining these coal and all that in the future, just because the coal we are
presentation is that we would like to identify critical barriers to change. What are those critical factors that are preventing us from moving from coal to more renewable sources? We have identified 4 major sources, and we'll be going through each of them one by one. The first biggest factor is the lack of investment capital for renewables in India. The Indian government is perennially cash strapped, and the problem of missing capital is compounded by the fact that there are many leaks in the system. There is institutionalized corruption, there is unscientific investment, time and resource consuming bureaucracy, and even crony capitalism, which takes away precious resources that needs to be invested in the clean energy financing. The proposed solution that we'd like to bring is that a polluters pay style international policy, where historically polluting nations are required to make investments to support renewable energy in developing and underdeveloping nations. This is inspired from the current carbon credit regime, which we believe is something that needs to be developed even further. The second solution would
Bean, a seed, the one that shoots up, springs, life that kindles, never dies out. Arrow, a goal that inspires, future that intrigues, amazes, in a new, fresh, invigorated form to take the giant stride. STL, Beyond Tomorrow.
First address the elephant in the room. In our opinion, we think that coal is not India's self-goal. Rather than, we think that we are towards the end of the first half of the game, and for us, the actual game has just begun. For this debate, we are considering the usage of coal in the energy sector. The sector, being the prime, consumes around 70% of the total coal burnt in the country. 100+ coal-fired power plants are consuming more than 800 million tons of coal, making India the 3rd largest consumer as well as greenhouse gas emitter. This energy sector is also where we think significant work can be done to reduce the impact of coal on our climate. It is evident that India needs coal. We are the 6th largest economy and on the cusp of a rapid population growth. A significant part of the population is getting electricity today, but still 1 out of 8 people in India does not have access to electricity. Even when we see the energy mix of different sources, coal power is around 44%. Means almost half of the population of our country are dependent on coal for
coal. So there are a wide range of barriers. One is the socio-economic barrier. So the first part is that a large workforce is involved in the coal sector. If you look at the people who are directly involved in the coal sector, that is the employees of the Coal India Limited and other private producers of coal, it employs about 1.1 million people. And if you look at the informal sector, for example, the coal trucking industry, there is another 1.2 million people that is employed. So if we move away from coal in a very rapid fashion, then this loss of employment will be a very big challenge. Next comes the geographic distribution of benefits and harms. We know that this renewable energy, the solar energy part, most the states that get a fair amount of advantage are the southern states and the western states, the Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and in west, the Rajasthan. But as far as the coal mining states are concerned, it's
India can't live without coal. India is the world's 3rd largest emitter of fossil fuels, and it still relies heavily on coal. As nations are urged to phase it out, how easy will it be for India, which is a fast-growing and developing nation, to ditch the crucial energy resource? So let us try to understand the dependence of India on coal. It accounts for more than 70% of India's energy production. In the last decade, India's coal consumption has nearly doubled. The country continues to import large quantities of coal and is planning to open dozens of new mines in the near coming years. Then it is a lifeline for local communities. So as many as around 4 million people are employed directly or indirectly in India's coal industry.
Dependence on coal for power grid. As we all know that India's dependence on coal for power grid is huge. Like in spite of the renewables push, coal still accounts for about 50% of India's installed power capacity. But if we talk about the current pandemic situation, as the coal production has been reduced to almost 5.91 million metric tons, which is indeed a huge number. So the question arises that the current shortage of coal is raising the specter of long power outages. If I talk about the reports of September 2021 thermal power, then power generated from burning coal gas in petroleum comprised of 60% of India's capacity in the power generation, out of which 60%, coal alone accounted for almost 50%, and the renewables such as
need to set defined standards which are different for each of these countries based on where they are on the development index and how they plan to approach climate change in the future. Most of the countries in the world, which are robust economies and highly functional, are built on the back of coal energy, which was used historically. Today, they are moving to renewable alternatives, thanks to the availability of the sort of tech they have and the availability of resources and capital at their disposal. They also have a cost to pay.
Coal is used for more than 70% of India's electricity generation, which makes a switch from coal to renewables a task of epic proportions. Having said that, things are not all gloomy, and there has been a significant adoption of renewable sources. Firstly, there is the reducing dependence on coal. Coal's role as the primary source of energy for generating electricity for India will reduce. It contributed to 56% in 2017 and is set to reduce to 48% in 2040. Moreover, another good news for the environment is the reducing dependence on crude oil and its derivatives. This news is good for both the climate as well as India's foreign exchange reserves, since India imports 80% of its crude oil requirements. Crude oil is the second largest source of energy, and its contribution is set to decline from 29% to 23% by 2040. And most importantly, all this will usher in a dawn of renewables.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, so my questions are again very basic. I just want to understand. So one of the solutions that we have proposed is that you would like to shut down some of the coal plants that are not efficient and to continue with coal plants that are efficient. But I understand the kind of coal that you require for an efficient plant is not available in our country, right? And many of your economic analysis is based on the use of the coal that is available locally. So how do you put that?
Sir, So India,
the presenters have been dwelling a lot into the electricity sector, while of course, transport as well as industry is a major consumer of coal. So some of the solutions around that, like I have not seen green hydrogen coming up, not only this presentation, but in a lot of other, discussions, because green hydrogen can meet energy needs of the industry, and also, which is in turn fueled by renewable energy, so brings in renewable energy capacities and reduces coal dependence. Likewise, the electric mobility side of it, the technology aspects. Of course, at the back end, it is,
The question to you is, a lot of the stuff where you see this changeover that you talked about, the transition, is incremental, or we see battery prices declining. We see certain things that we have to figure out the employment issue. We have to figure out the fiscal issue, the railways issue. It's not going to get solved overnight by any stretch. But stepping back from your comfort zone, what could be some big bang, huge game changers for where the equilibrium is today, or visible equilibrium, not of today, but just based on what we forecast, what's happening, trend lines? What could go wrong with our projections? What could change, both positive?
So it is always a pleasure to be part of this FMS Forum event. They have chosen consistently topics that are socially relevant and complex, topics on which it is very easy to have multiple views, often opposing. And it is hard to judge because the kind of ideas the participants have brought, it often surprises me. So thinking clearly with all this complexity is something that I really appreciate it. And I have found that they have proposed a very clear roadmap, a path, which is very difficult to think. The solutions that participants have proposed are socially aware and they look very implementable. So it has been a good experience, a learning experience for me to be part of this event. The second year that I have been part of the jury, a learning experience for me, definitely. I congratulate the FMS Forum for successfully organizing this event, and I look forward to such events in future and their continuous growth and patronage. Thank you.
Wow. Ample facts and figures there that many of us didn't know. Thought-provoking for sure. The top 3 winners of the Think debate will be announced before the end of this evening, so stay tuned. And a big thank you to Mirchi for spicing up this conclave and being a co-sponsor. Let's have a look at the story of Mirchi.
India's #1 radio station Mirchi is now much more than radio. Experience Mirchi's multi-format, multilingual entertainment via FM, digital and live platforms. To know more, visit www.radiomirchi.com or follow Mirchi World on Facebook and Instagram.
That was Mirchi for you, ladies and gentlemen, launched in 2001 and been doing some great work. We now proceed to the next set of awards that underline the spirit of today's celebration, climate change and you. Some of us have gone out there and made an impact, and FMS Forum is all set to salute them. Ladies and gentlemen, the FMS Forum Climate Warrior Awards are ready to roll. Our first climate warrior, she is a young lady, dubbed as India's Greta Thunberg. She swept the world with her deep understanding of conservation issues as one of the 15 finalists at the prestigious Earthshot Prize launched by Prince William, and wowed world leaders at COP26 Glasgow with her winning speech. She continued to score top laurels, including the prestigious Children's Climate Prize with her innovation. Yes, Manisha designed something super, a solar-powered ironing cart to replace the conventional charcoal ironing box. Driven by tremendous clarity from the age of 8, when she first learned about climate change, she knew that this was her calling. This was her mission. How inspiring is that? Congratulations, Manisha. We have so much to learn.
Thank you so much. And it's such a privilege to be awarded with the Climate Warriors Award in 2022 by FMS. It has been quite a journey from when I started innovating to where I have come today. And I think that we all have our own experiences which we learn from. And mine happened to be innovation. And through our experiences, we learn new things, whether they seem good or bad at the time. And in my life, my innovation has been almost since I was almost 4 to 5 years now. So there have been many things I have learned. And I think the most important would be a few things related to my own schedule, like time management and public speaking. But I also learned a lot of things related to our planet and how we can safeguard it, and how, as a younger generation, I can make my own calling and tell what the world we are capable of. I think these are a few things that I learned along the way, and I'm really grateful for it, because these are experiences that cannot be priced, they are priceless. And in the future, I would like to continue learning a lot more about our planet and innovating for the better. I would also like to continue with my other interests, and I thank FMS again for awarding me with the Climate Warrior Award.
Oh my God, Manisha, I must say you are an inspiration to India, to the world, and to the youth out there. So congratulations, and you are doing a fantastic, fantastic job. I am inspired.
Thank you. Thank you.
So keep it going. And once again, thank you for being a part of this momentous occasion, and congratulations to you once again.
Thank you. My pleasure.
We now move on to our next awardee, Vidyut Mohan, who co-founded his company, Takachar, more than 6 years back to sweep several accolades globally, recently winning the Clean Our Air category of the Earthshot Prize in 2021. Takachar is a social enterprise which enables farmers to prevent open burning of their waste farm residues on site to benefit the environment and really incentivize the farmer with additional income. He's also listed in Forbes 30 under 30. He's a committed entrepreneur, engineer, innovator rolled into one with his focus on solving hard energy problems. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Vidyut. Congratulations, Vidyut.
Thank you so much, and hello everyone. I'm deeply honored to receive this award from the FMS Forum and be a part of the esteemed group of awardees. And I'd like to also congratulate all the awardees for this year. I'd also like to say thank you for believing in us, in our work and our mission that our company does. And to that effect, I'd like to just quickly give a quick snapshot of what the vision and mission of our company is. So imagine I'm a farmer and I'm cultivating rice. And at the end of the harvest season, I've harvested rice straws. I've harvested rice and I've left behind with 3 tons of rice straw left behind on my farm. I'm not able to sell it or find any productive use out of it. And I need to get rid of it quickly because I need to plant my next crop fairly quickly. So the cheapest and fastest way for me is to just set it on fire. And when millions of farmers do that, all across, not only across India, but all across the world, across different agricultural value chains, be it rice, wheat, sugarcane, etc., it creates a terrible smoke situation in many parts of the world. And so certain statistics say, particularly for India, that smoke emissions, the open burning of agricultural waste contributes to smoke emissions by up to 48% in certain times of the year, particularly in northern India. And these smoke emissions can reduce the life expectancy of the population by up to 9 years, which is a very significant and scary statistic. So what we aim at Takachar is to prevent 2 million tons of smoke emissions in 10 years' time and create $2 billion per year of rural values for farming communities. And for that, we have developed small-scale, low-cost portable equipment that can be latched behind tractors and taken directly to farms to process these wastes into valuable products such as fuels and fertilizers. This way, farmers are incentivized to earn additional income from their waste and not burn them, while at the same time, we can prevent harmful smoke emissions. And I look forward to working with all of you in addressing this problem so that all of us can breathe, get our right back to breathe clean air. Thank you.
Great job with youth, and congratulations once again. You're doing phenomenal.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the FMS Forum is delighted to present this year's Climate Warriors Award to Professor Shyam Sundar, a Rajasthan-based climate activist, currently teaching sociology in Dungar College in Bikaner. He has dedicated himself to planting over 2.5 million saplings in more than 15,000 villages in the last 15 years. Isn't that incredible? This meaningful movement has seen over 1 million families coming together for the cause. My heartiest congratulations, and ladies and gentlemen, we have with us Professor Shyam Sundar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Lincia. First and foremost, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude for the FMS Forum for conferring this prestigious honor for me. Familial forestry is a community-led drive. Therefore, all credit goes to my fellow colleague, all familial forestry activists. I'm very thankful to all of them for making this grounded work a grand success. This honor will definitely fortify the cause and concept of familial forestry. The journey from desert land Rajasthan towards a lush green Rajasthan has been a dream for me, and familial forestry is my dedicated endeavor towards this direction. Started from 2006 till date, we have planted more than 3.5 million saplings by involving over 1 million families from 15,000 desertic villages. And we are aiming to plant 100 million trees by 2030. As we all know that this decade has been declared as a decade for ecosystem restoration. Therefore, such type of societal engagements are really crucial to restore our ecosystem. I would also like to invite all of you to come in Rajasthan and please join hands with us, with all of our familial forestry activists. Once again, thank you so much for this honor. Thank you.
Professor Shyam, please count me in for your 100 million initiative, because it is incredible what you're doing, and I would like to be a part of this.
You are most welcomed.
Thank you, Professor Shyam. Congratulations once again.
Many thanks.
We now proceed, ladies and gentlemen, to our next climate warrior. And we are delighted to present the Climate Warrior Award to Alaka Sarma, whose journey is an inspiration to many. She's the force behind Akshar Foundation, an NGO based in Assam, founded in 2016. Akshar Foundation that accepts plastic waste as school fees for basic education and vocational training. Amazing, isn't it? She currently serves as the commissioner on the Pranam Commission and honorary director of the Center for Gandhian Studies in Meghalaya, an accomplished educator, columnist, activist, social leader, lawmaker. Alaka Sarma's NGO strives to transform government schools into centers for sustainable development via an innovative education model, a role model in every way. Congratulations to Professor Sarma, and we are deeply honored. We would love to hear from you.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you very much, FMS Forum, for conferring this distinguished award. I am indeed very obliged and humbled to receive this award, and I would like the organizers to play a small video clip which I have sent, which includes the acceptance speech, because I feel that the pictures speak better, they are more eloquent than the words. May I have the clip, please? I am grateful to the Faculty of Management Studies Forum of the University of Delhi for this wonderful award. At Akshar Foundation, we have developed a new education model that transforms schools into centers for sustainable development. Our philosophy is learning and earning, so that underprivileged children can earn enough money to stay in school and not be forced into manual labor.
बच्चे से 20-25 प्लास्टिक आइटम्स पर वीक और इनके स्कूल में हैं 110 बच्चे, तो एवरेज निकालो तो एक साल में 1,20,000 प्लास्टिक आइटम से इको ब्रिक्स बनते हैं। स्कूल के ऐसे इनिशिएटिव से न सिर्फ बच्चे बल्कि उनके जरिए पेरेंट्स भी एजुकेट हुए और पेरेंट्स ने भी प्लास्टिक जलाना बंद कर दिया, जैसे कारपेंट्री, एम्ब्रॉयडरी, फार्मिंग और गार्डनिंग।
I can say and write what I did this morning.
एक और OMG वाली बात ये है कि यहाँ के बड़े बच्चे छोटे बच्चों को पढ़ाते भी हैं, जिसके बदले उन्हें पैसे भी मिलते हैं।
Now we are working to scale up this model at the state level in Assam, in the schools run by the government of Assam. Our goal is that every school in India will have a recycling center where students design machines to make new products from recycled plastic. Every school will have free tutoring, animal shelter, solar power plant, tree planting nursery, organic farm, and a student-run health clinic, all of which incorporate their classroom learnings. Hundreds of millions of children all over the world could get a great hands-on skill-based education, and at the same time, the serious problems we all face can be addressed on a global scale.
One school in Northeast India has taken an interesting approach to handling plastic waste and helping the environment. Akshar Forum School is now mandating that students pay for tuition in plastic waste. According to Agence France Presse, the school is asking each student to bring in 20 plastic.
This unique school is not only helping poor students learn the lesson, but is an interesting intervention to stop child labor and get them back to school and help them earn while they learn. And for all this, they have a innovative tuition fee. Plastic waste. Well, this is a model which perhaps needs to be replicated across the country. From Pamohi near Guwahati, Ratndeep Chaudhary for NDTV.
Thanks again to the FMS Forum. We hope you all will join us in transforming the education system of India. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thanks, Professor Sarma and Team Akshar. Kudos to you. To come to think of it, who would have ever thought plastic waste as school fees? Dr. Alaka, I want to definitely know, how did you come up with such a mind-blowing, innovative idea? Like the minute I heard this, I was like, this is incredible. Where did that idea come? Were you sitting having a cup of chai? What happened?
Actually, our school is in the outskirts of Guwahati, where a lot of plastic is being burnt. When we started the school, the sky was clear. We could see the blue sky, but then eventually the sky became hazy. And we realized that parents do a lot of burning activity of the plastic. And then we thought that if we have to find out the solution, our school needs to be involved in it. Our students need to get involved in it. So on the one hand, this was the issue. And secondly, it was very difficult to get the children who were already working, because parents would not like their working children to go to school. So when we are trying to figure out all these things, it occurred to us that we must accept plastic fees, and we must also ensure that the students earn while they learn.
Lovely. Earn while you learn. And what are the kind of challenges that you came about and you decided to overcome? I'm sure it must have not been easy at all, but what were the challenges and how did you go about with it?
Initially, of course, the parents did not want their children to come to school, because each child starts earning at a very young age.
Yeah.
And in our country, unfortunately, adults are unemployed, but children find employment. There's a child labor problem. So getting them to school was a very difficult thing initially. Secondly, when we asked the parents to send the plastic bags as fees, most of the parents refused. They did not send.
They refused it.
They did not send. So we realized that we have to somehow ensure that they send the plastic. So we said, okay, the school is free. We provide everything. The school bus picks them up, drops them back home. So if you don't want to send the plastic bags, then how about sending 200 rupees per month by way of fees? So then everybody started sending the plastic, and then eventually the whole community understood that burning causes problem, and the problem is for us. I mean, it's not for somebody else. It is not an abstract problem. It is something that is happening here and now, and we have the power to control it. We have the power to change it. So that helplessness gave rise to determination and confidence that, well, we can solve our own problems.
Thank you, Dr. Alaka, because you are changing lives, and truly the path that you have taken is motivating and energizing, and is really inspiring everybody who's joined in here. So thank you and congratulations once again. And now it's time for the fifth and the final award that goes to Anand Maligavad, a water conservationist from Bengaluru. Popular as the lake man of Bengaluru, he quit his job to save water in the city, one lake at a time. For Anand, a mechanical engineer, it all started in 2015 when he read an article about Bengaluru possibly becoming a zero water city like Cape Town and suffering from huge water scarcity. With corporate support and limited budget, he revived his first dying lake near Anekal and never looked back, and now aims to rejuvenate 35 lakes across Bengaluru by 2025. We at the FMS Forum are delighted to honor him and spread the positive word as our Climate Award winner. Congratulations, Anand. All yours, please.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Namaskara. Good evening, all of you. I first want to thank the FMS Forum for recognizing my efforts in rejuvenating the lakes in Bangalore. I must confess that without the help of local communities, the villagers who live nearby, and help from my company, where I used to work for 15 years. Before I took up my dream, this would not have been possible. I therefore receive this award on behalf of the citizens of Bangalore, the local communities that helped me rejuvenate the lakes, and my old company that gave me initially rupees 1 crore to start my mission to rejuvenate lakes in city of Bangalore. Bangalore is one of the fastest growing cities in the world. Several nationalities live in Bangalore. Bangalore used to be the lake city of India. Our biggest crisis is the quality of drinking water. Historically, Bangalore had over 1,800 lakes, but in the 1990s, we were left with only 240 lakes. Even out of these 240 lakes, only 80 to 90 lakes are in relatively good condition. In 1990s, we thought we have abundant water in Bangalore. I must tell you, when I arrived in the city of Bangalore in 1996, most homes had water wells. So high to 10 feet, you used to get a good quality of water and could get best quality water. However, owing to rapid urbanization, drop in ground level water, and our attitude, our negligence, in a way lack of respect for Mother Nature, we destroyed our heritage and our environment. I once again wish to thank all of you, but I have a request to make of each of you. Believe in yourself, never lose faith, and always remember, each one of you can help restoration and protection of the environment. It is not too late. And also, right now, I visited about more than 5 lakes in one of the industrial area, along with one of the dynamic MLA. In fact, I was so many years I was working with like local NGOs, communities, corporate CSR funding and all. In fact, today, such a wonderful day, Founders Day, that one of the MLA, very dynamic MLA, he took me to 5 lakes. We visited. Probably within 2-3 days, we're going to start the work. About 5 to 6 lakes by using CSR funding, government fund, crowdfunding, all possibilities is trying. And we are trying to rejuvenate entire lakes. So this is the happy news for my India.
Superb. Anand, just like your name, you're spreading happiness. So thank you so much and congratulations to you. And if in one line you had to ask our youth one thing that they could do, what would it be?
If you think you can, never lose hopes. Village by when you can rejuvenate 18 lakes, non-localite of Bangalore. Just imagine what wonders you can do.
So anything is possible.
Yes.
Thank you, Anand, and congratulations once again. Such an honor to have you here.
Thank you so much.
Congratulations to all the winners, each one so well deservingly recognized by the FMS Forum. You truly, truly inspire India and the world. Once again, thanking all our sponsors who have supported us in this journey, STL, our title sponsor, our co-sponsors, HDFC Ergo and Mirchi, our session sponsors, Star Health Insurance, and the Q&A sponsors, Mark Exhaust and Artemis Hospitals. Remember, keep those questions coming, drop them into the question box, and if they get picked for any of these, you stand to win right here, right now. This is how it rolls. 3 to 4 questions will be handpicked for every session. We will announce your name and question, so you get to that very moment that you have won a cash voucher of rupees 5,000 every time your question gets selected. And we have 10 such vouchers to give away. So keep those questions flowing. Prizes for the Q&A are sponsored by Mark Exhaust and Artemis Hospitals. Ladies and gentlemen, the next segment, I'm sure we all are euphoric about. The fortitude of an open dialogue as being the true spirit of FMS Institute's DNA. And this is the opportunity for me to set the stage right for a much sought after panel discussion pivoting the topic. Technology is not panacea. Lifestyle changes are imperative. Moderated by a media powerhouse and noteworthy name attached to business television for over 2 decades, Mr. Nikunj Dalmia. the managing editor of ET Now and ET Now Swadesh. And keep sending your questions that would get you picked by our panelists, because if they get picked, then you win. So stay tuned for that. This Q&A is sponsored by MarketSource. They partner with the best manufacturers in India, like Maruti Suzuki, Honda cars, Honda motorcycles and scooters, and Suzuki motorcycles. This one panel, all of us are waiting to witness. I am sure you are all thrilled. Over to you, Nikunj.
Well, thank you very much. It's indeed pleasure. And on behalf of the Times Network and ET Now, it's an absolute delight to be associated with this forum and with this event. Let me take the liberty of very quickly introducing our esteemed panelist. Mrs. Harini Nagendra, Director, Research Center Professor and Lead Center for Climate Change and Sustainability, and Professor of Sustainability at the renowned Azim Premji University. Now, Ms. Nagendra is an ecologist and Professor of Sustainability. Over 25 years, she has been at the leading edge of research, examining and conservation in forest and cities of South Asia from the view of both landscape, ecology, and social justice. Now, for her achievements, research, and practice, she has received a number of awards, including the 2009 Corselli Prize from the US National Academy of Sciences and 2013 Eleanor Senior Scholar Award, and in 2017 Creative Web of Science Award. Her publication includes the book Nature in the City, Bangalore, in the Past, Present, and Future, and Cities and Canopies, Trees in India and in Indian Cities, as well as recent newspapers, Nature, Nature Sustainability, and Science. Professor Harini also writes a monthly column, which I must say I do read very often. It's just an eye-opener for me. The Green Goblin. I've referred to her writings more, regularly in order to really get the message of climate change, how serious it is for us, and what really needs to be done. It's an absolute pleasure, Professor Harini, to have you part of the panel. It also gives me great pleasure to introduce Shri Rajan Institution on Climate Change for several years and was associated with climate policy making in the run-up and after the Paris Agreement. Now, he's going to smile a lot for us, but trust me, when he was negotiating that deal, he was not smiling at all. He was very stern on how things have to be taken forward. He is Distinguished Fellow in the Energy Resources That's TERI, where he works on areas relating to climate change and adaptation of strategic carbon markets and sustainable development. He is member of the technical advisory body of the International Civil Aviation Organization, and in 2018 and 19, he served on the subcommittee of the Ministry of Finance on Climate Finance. Such a pleasure to have you, Ms. Shri Rashmi. I look forward to a very engaging conversation. And my next panelist is someone, well, wow, she needs no introduction whatsoever. Yes, it is Dia Mirza. Dia Mirza dons many hats. She is an award-winning actor, producer, UN Environment Goodwill Ambassador, and United Nations Secretary General for Sustainable Development Goals. When I was reading her introduction, I was thinking, should I first introduce that I'm such a big fan of her movies and her work, or should I talk about the climate change challenge which she's accepted? As an advocate of the environment, she puts some money where her beliefs are, very important. She puts some money where her beliefs are and has invested in sustainable brands like Biku and Shumi. Through her investments, she has taken the practice of sustainable lifestyle one step further. I really want to understand from Dia that how all of us can really adopt that. Today, Dia has become the voice of environmental and wildlife conservation in the country and is a torchbearer of causes related to nature. For this reason, she was appointed as the United Nations Environment Goodwill Ambassador for India at the UNEA Assembly held in Nairobi. Good evening to all of you, and such a pleasure to have you all. Dr. Harini, you're a climate scientist, author, and also you are a very vocal voice in terms of what needs to be done for climate change. We have a very young audience today. And my question to you is that India right now is a very young country. We have the skill, we have the ability, and more importantly, the youth. What can the youth of India do to ensure that the world we are living in today, when we are passing it on to the next generation, it's a safer world?
It's a pleasure to be here, first of all, and thank you to everyone. I'm looking forward to what the rest of the panel has to say too. If you ask me what the youth do, and as an educator, I'm constantly in touch, I'd say, with a wide variety of young people from different parts of the country. I find actually that they have a lot to teach us rather than us teaching them. And what I find the most inspiring, I'll tell you, is this. They have a strong moral code. Somewhere along the way, as we start becoming older and get this voice that society keeps telling us, be pragmatic, adjust a little. Don't look at the normative core, manage, you just have to get ahead. You don't need to look at what's good for society, what's good for the environment, what's good for the world. You need to get ahead. What I find about the youth is they have this very strong moral voice. And sustainability to me at the end is a very moral issue. How much right do we have to consume more than we need while destroying other people's lives and destroying the planet? And so that, I think, as long as they can get that moral core at the essence, it's also a technical problem, but often we tend to think of sustainability as only a technical problem. So this is where I feel the youth have a role to play. If you have a young person with that moral conscience standing in front of you, you tend to listen to them. If somebody young is telling you, why are you not recycling? Why are you using so much water? Why are you not composting your trash? All of us listen to our children. So that, I think, is really the way to go. To me, they are the hope for the future. They're the one reason I'm very hopeful now.
Just to take a slight detour, I can also see Mr. Munjal is also with us. Good evening, Mr. Munjal. Great to have you as part of the panel. I'm just going to very quickly introduce Mr. Munjal. I've interacted with him on various forums in personal capacity and again in private capacity. So I'm actually delighted to have him on this forum. Now, Mr. Munjal is the Managing Director of Hero Electric Vehicles Private Limited, a part of Hero Eco Group. As an entrepreneur, having built the Hero Electric brand into a leading manufacturer and a market leader in the EV two-wheeler market space, he's also widely recognized in shaping the Indian electric two-wheeler industry as well as contributors to the various forums in electric vehicles spare both India and globally. Hero Electric and Mr. Munjal in 2012 launched the A2B in international markets, a premium brand of electric bikes, widely considered as one of the pioneers in the premium EV global industry. He's one person who has changed the dynamics of the Indian two-wheeler industry. And if one really looks at the future of India, it's only because of entrepreneurs and visionaries like him, we can really look at serious changes in the mobility business. Welcome, Mr. Munjal. I look forward to seeing you in a very different avatar, nothing on market, nothing on economy, only on climate today, sir.
Thank you.
Professor, my second question to you is that if I look at the success of India, the Y2K revolution, how we have really emerged as a leader in areas of vaccination. Do you think India and Indian youth can really bend the curve?
Absolutely. I think what we need is innovation for the future. And what you see is the kinds of social challenges we have in India, or the kinds of the ways in which our population densities or our linkages to the environment still are very close despite our population densities. Or let's say the ways in which Indian communities think about nature or think about sustainability. And I think we still, if you look at our carbon footprint, even the more wealthy of us, carbon footprints are much lower for an average Indian than they are in the US. So I think if you combine that with our technology and a technological knowledge, I think there's a lot of place to bend the curve. There are a number of things that are already being done. I mean, clearly on renewables, India is leading the way in a lot of innovation. There are a number of other places also where technology is really being pioneered from India. So yes, that combination to me of the sensitivity or the culture of knowing and being sensitive to the environment combined with the technological progress is something I think which is very unique to us.
Mr. Rashmi, while we all can acknowledge that climate change is something which is the need of the hour, governments are talking about it, companies are adopting it. The word ESG is now something which is universal for about just about every boardrooms. But what about the practicality? What about the transition and the cost of transition? In last 6 months, suddenly in financial markets, we're using a word called greenflation, which is the cost of going eco-friendly is something which is causing inflation.
True. Thank you very much for bringing up this issue. And first of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Yes, in fact, the damage to environment is an external cost for the society. That's the problem. That is essentially the problem, that all of us look at the cost of the environment as external to our processes, and we don't internalize this cost. And so does the corporate world. It never thinks of internalizing this cost, which they have, the damage which they have inflicted on the society as a whole. So this is really a challenge that the corporate world, the business community, and not just the business and the corporates, but all the stakeholders in the society, they must see the damage which we are causing to environment as a cost that we all must bear. And we must take steps to mitigate that cost. Now, how do we do that? How does the business and the corporate world do that? In fact, you must be aware of an arrangement put out by the Security and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, which is called Business Sustainability Reporting Framework. And they're expected to come up with a report on what kind of sustainable actions they are taking in their business processes and business actions. But that's not enough. In fact, it has been in practice for the last 5-6 years, but it hasn't actually delivered much. So there is a need to strengthen this regulation, and that's where the ESG comes in. The environmental, the social, and the governance parameters which companies are following across the world, they are multiple in nature. There is so much of diversity. Everybody defines one's own, has a way of defining one's own standards about environmental safety, environmental mitigation measures. That's not enough. We need a uniform, a transparent way of following these standards, and these standards should be laid in a way that the business community feels comfortable with that, and we are also able to meet the climate goals. So there is a need for disclosure standards here, and I think SEBI is working on that line. Hopefully this should become a part of the regulatory framework within which the corporates operate. They should be able to disclose the kind of actions that they are taking, the impact of their actions on the environment. And once this data is available in public domain, it becomes easier to take actions by other stakeholders, because all of us are equal partners in this process. It's not simply the corporates and the business, but all other, the government, the individuals, the youth. All of us need to know what the business is doing, and accordingly there will be responses by the community.
Would you walk us through your experiences? Again, I'm encouraging you to talk about what youth can do, because we have a young audience here, a student audience here. Some of them are seriously looking at how they can contribute and they can add value, because the youth of India today, I hate to say, sir, is slightly more conscious and aware about environmental laws than
Absolutely, I agree with you and Dr. Nagendra, that youth of today is much more conscious about its responsibilities. They're much more aware than we were at this point in when we were learning and when we were growing. So we should, we are very hopeful of what the youth is going to do in future. But I would like to caution here that it's okay to make a personal choice. It's very important to be aware of the environmental issues and make personal choices. But the personal choices are not simply moral choices. They have to be ethical in nature. And when ethics comes in, it becomes a joint responsibility of all the stakeholders in society. It is not an individual choice alone. And what I mean by this is that there's need of a regulation, there is need of a business, the community, the politics. Every stakeholder in each of these fields must act in the same moral manner. So do we have a moral order in which we are able to mitigate the environmental problems? Globally, certainly we don't have. We have had a convention to fight the climate change problem since 1992, but we haven't succeeded in fighting this problem because there is essentially a fundamental problem about the ethical code here, because the nations of the world don't want to follow this ethical code. So how can we follow this code in isolation or in completely independently in a single country? We must make our personal choices, but I would suggest that we should also have effective regulatory framework, systemic solutions, which should support the actions of the individuals. There are different ways of doing it, but we can discuss that.
So I look forward to discussing that. You're an ambassador of climate change, and perhaps your story is an inspiration for a lot of us. If I may request and encourage you to walk us through that story, because your story will encourage a lot of youth in India. I'm sure the story, like we say, has some khatti meethi yadein, some good moments, some bad moments, some frustrating moments also.
Thank you for that warm introduction to start off with, Nikunj. And I'm very, very grateful to be a part of this conversation. And I see that this has a very big participation. So I hope some of what we say gets taken back home and implemented. This is also a very amazing panel. So I'm very proud to be amidst these stalwarts. My story is actually very simple. It starts with an excursion, a field trip that my school took me on when I was very young. I am revealing my age here by saying that the first alarm bells for climate change were rung in the year of my birth, 1981. So our school, that was founded on the principles of J. Krishnamurti, a lot of classes were held outdoors amid trees, encouraged the conversation and helped us understand the difference between need and wants. And while we were on one of our school excursions to work with local communities, while we learned from them how to grow food, we were encouraged to teach them a skill that we had. And I remember very early during that experience, feeling determined that I wanted to make this a way of my life, that I wanted to be able to make a difference and help people because it felt so good. I didn't realize at the time that when I was an adult, I would become a part of mainstream media in the manner that I did become. And it was really in my early 20s when I became a part of mainstream media through the work that I was doing. I recognized a huge gap between the science and the people, and the fact that, you know, the great work that scientists and environmentalists were doing in the country was not really reaching civil society. And it was about that time that I decided to use my voice and use my platform to bridge that gap. And I did it because I felt despondent and extremely passionate about taking the voice of these committed wildlife conservationists and NGOs and scientists to people. Because quite frankly, Nikunj, it's something that occurred to me, and I think now more and more people are taking cognizance of the fact, and I'm grateful for that, and maybe I've had some role to play in it, is that, you know, human behavior and anthropogenic activities were destroying everything that we count on and depend on for our well-being, our health, our future, our peace, and our progress. And it was extremely disturbing to know that mainstream media was not talking about climate change. There was just so little action being taken to educate people and help people understand the importance and the urgency of developing a more sustainable world and a more sustainable society. And when I started to bridge the gap, I spent more time with people working on the ground, learning more, educating myself. And then, of course, as I learned, I communicated and helped more people understand. But fundamentally, Nikunj, I think what happened with me as an individual is that it created a paradigm shift in the way I perceive and I live life. So it really started with questioning my own choices, my own patterns of consumption, my own needs versus wants, And bringing that personal change, and of course sharing that and taking everybody in my sphere of influence along with me. As I learned, I taught.
They say charity begins at home, and you've changed and adopted your lifestyle. Would you like to share some experiences just so that we can, take and perhaps adopt some of them? Because I really want to learn from you, understand from you that what I can do right after this call or after this discussion, so that I live a life where I'm actually living a life where I'm satisfied and where I'm feeling happy about contributing back to the society and the environment.
I draw a lot of inspiration from one of my heroes, and she is somebody who's written a very powerful book called Hope. And I hope everybody who's watching here reads that book. You know who I'm talking about?
No.
No? Professor, would you like to tell us who I'm talking about?
Drawback is that I read so many business books, and that's the reason why we have you on the forum, because
Okay.
you tell us,
I'm
you'll
going to
help
come
us.
back to
you guide
her,
us.
but let me start with saying that hope basically is a measure. It's a countermeasure to the despondence that many of us, especially young people, are feeling because of the enormity and the intensity of the crisis, the climate crisis. Young people are taking more action simply because they are exposed to and are experiencing more frequency, intensity of climate change. So our previous generations didn't feel it the way we are feeling it, whether it's air pollution or it's the crisis of waste management or even environmental pollution. So the actions that we can all take, the first and the foremost action to take is to understand the role that we play as individuals living on the planet. And there's a big part to play in the way we treat nature and the environment. And it starts with questioning our choices and our patterns of living. So whatever you use in your everyday life, whether it's a shampoo or a soap or a grain, a cereal, or any product, ask yourself, where is it coming from? What were the methods of producing this product that has reached your home? And what is going to be the outcome once you use that product when you finally reintroduce it into the environment? Is it good for the earth? Is it healthy for the planet? If the answer is yes, choose it, use it. If the answer is no, refuse it. The second action that I think all of us can take quite easily is to refuse all single-use plastics. We've been harping on about it. Plastics, nanoplastics have reached the North and the South Pole. They are now being found in the bloodstream of babies. It is one of the most toxic and harmful things in the environment. And we're really struggling to manage the quantum of plastic waste we're creating as a human species. So the first thing that I think we can all easily refuse is that godforsaken plastic straw, the disposable plastic cutlery and cups. Carry your own bottle wherever you go, so use your own. Oh my God, this thing doesn't allow you to show the bottle, but well, we've been a bit of a trendsetter. We've created a hashtag called traveling bottle. I'm very happy to see more and more people carrying their own bottles to work, to the gym, to wherever. The other thing that we can, of course, easily refuse is the plastic bag. I'm very grateful to the government of India. They've come up with a consolidated list of plastic items that they are going to ensure are not available to us anymore, which is fantastic. The plastic bag is not a part of that list, but we'll get there. The third thing that I think we can all do is to address the food that we eat. So to avoid packaged food as much as possible. I've lost a lot of money because I really believe in this. I say no to a lot of endorsement work because, this is a lifestyle choice that I've made. So to avoid packaged food as much as possible, to eat locally grown and seasonal fruits and vegetables, it can make a huge difference. Of course, many Indians follow a mostly plant-based diet. It's a very cool thing to say in the Western world, but I think Indians by far do choose to lead consume a more sustainable diet. Having said that, I think if more of us can practice a more plant-based diet, we'll be healthier and happier, and of course the planet will benefit. The fifth thing that I think we can all easily do is to replace our regular light bulbs, CFL bulbs, with LEDs, and become more conscious about the technology we're bringing home to reuse, repurpose, recycle as much as possible. The sixth big item that I think can really contribute to change is waste management at home and in the workplace. If we can all just learn to segregate waste, start composting kitchen waste, and finding utility in all the other waste that we create. So depositing it at recycling centers. Young children in India are doing this and doing it so effectively and are leading this process. And it's shameful that we still struggle to convert households into just better managers of waste. And of course, if industries and hospitals and schools do it as well, it's a big, big bonus. The seventh item on my list is one that I find funny, but I'm sure everybody will find it easy to adopt. Limit the length of your bath to one song. And turn off the taps, fix the leaky tap, and turn off the mains on all of your power supplies. Don't leave the main switches on things. Reduce and refuse wasteful consumption.
Such effective and powerful.
I created a rainbow right there, so hopefully everybody will remember the 7 commandments of living a more sustainable life.
The scribbling, I'm sure, has written some of them down. I'm coming to Mr. Munjal, but thank you for those ideas, small and effective ideas, and that's.
And the author of Hope is Jane Goodall.
Okay, thank you very much. See, that's a problem. Being a business journalist, I'm so entrenched in reading books on economy and politics that this one is something which I look forward to read. Mr. Munjal, good evening to you, sir, once again. Where do you think corporate India is in terms of acknowledging the importance of climate change? Like Dia said, ask a very basic question. If you are using steel, from where it is originating, if you're buying plastic, from where it is coming, is corporate India conscious of that, or it is profitability which perhaps takes the center stage? Because there's a shareholder need versus there is a ESG need versus there is a vision and a view of keeping the environment safe. You got to be honest with me, sir, this time.
Good evening, Nikunj. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for having me here. It's an absolute pleasure. See, there's no easy answer to that kind of a question. Now, what happens is at the end of the day, when you look at corporates, while there may be a very strong ESG angle to it, there is also a commercial angle which is attributable to it. Now, if you look at it from a public sector company, if you look at it from a company which is listed, you have to show good results. It's now in the last number of years, where ESG element is becoming extremely important. So companies which are showing, for example, if you look at the new IPOs which have happened of automotive companies, and if they have an electric vehicle component into it, the valuations that the market is accepting it, the valuations the market is giving is extremely high. If you look at the most valuable automotive company in the world right now in terms of this thing, it is an electric vehicle company. So globally, people, companies are realizing the importance of ESG, are realizing the importance of going green. And even if you look at our goals that we've set up for ourselves, the Prime Minister set at COP26, which was the net zero by 2070. When we start working backwards from there, corporates have a very, very strong role to play. So what is happening when we look at it, there is a certain level to which the corporates do push. So they push down to the tier 1, that what is your manufacturing process in terms of tier 1. They drill down to the tier 2 level in terms of what is the manufacturing process there. But beyond that, it kind of loses this thing because it then goes down to the raw material, etc., which they have no control over. So it's an important aspect. It's a very, very important area. We ourselves as a company are a green company. We are a platinum green building. We work in electric vehicles. We are working on ESGs at this point of time. We may not be completely ESG compliant at this point, but we are working towards that in terms of the whole thought process, in terms of our vendor base, etc. So while it's important for companies to actually maintain that commercial angle to it, they are moving towards ESG as well. And what's happening is that the cost of moving towards ESG has been reducing over the last number of years. It's no longer as exorbitant as it was a number of years back, which actually deterred a lot of corporates from actually going down that route. But now, as we've got younger generation coming in, as we are looking at more IPOs and we're looking at moving international, etc., ESG element is becoming a very, very important role in the overall scheme of things. What is also happening, what is also important when you look at it, is that it's not just the company itself, it's the people that work within the company, it is the people that supply to the company, it is the people that you're selling to. Earlier, what was happening is that when you were selling a product which was environmental friendly or organic, but yet it was much more expensive than a non-environmental friendly or non-organic product, customers weren't really buying it earlier. But now that customer preference has started to change. If you find, for example, like the newer generation coming in, they are demanding or they are asking for more organic in terms of our growth, in terms of the products that come out, and more environmental friendly products. And as Dia was already talking about the plastics, that we are using. So these are going to be all very important areas. It's a start. We are moving in that direction. Not all corporates are there yet. There is still a long way to go. But nevertheless, we are headed in that direction and the market is accepting it in that manner. The market is rewarding companies which are coming in with the ESG element and penalizing the ones which don't have it. So market will actually dictate it, market will drive it, even if the companies don't go down that route to start with.
Mr. Munjal, do you see EV as a solution or EV is more like a concept, an experiment? It is enjoying rich valuations by global investors. The pitch for EV is that if you buy an EV, you are a conscious, environmental friendly guy, but that EV is coming at a price. The EV still requires electricity. And in India, large part of power, sir, is still generated by burning coal.
EV is a step in that direction. Now, let's look at, the power generation, what you're talking about. You're right. Majority of the power that comes in India so far is coming out of coal. But we do have strong goals in place. We do have 500 gigawatts coming from non-fossil energy by 2030, and we will probably surpass that goal. We also have a goal of 50% of energy requirements through renewable energy by 2030. Now, let's consider the power generation that's happening. So this has historically been the case. Now we are graduating towards the solar and we are graduating towards renewal. But nevertheless, to start with, we came in as a thermal power. Now in thermal power, when you plan out a manufacturing, when you plan out a plant, it is actually planned to the capacity of peak loads. And those peak loads generally happen in the day. So they are between 11 to 4 during the day, which is when all the plants are running, all the offices are running, all facilities, everything is running. And then in the evening, the loads actually taper down. And this is a global phenomenon, it's not just India. The loads taper down, yet the plants have to keep on running because you cannot shut down the plant. So there's actually energy getting produced, which is not getting consumed. To start with, electric vehicles getting charged at night actually have a good balancing effect on the load generation that's already happening. So there is no additional load. The second factor, when you look at emissions, air pollution emissions, it is much easier to control emissions at a centralized plant level. So you can put in scrubbers, you can put in numerous technologies to control it at the plant level, whereas to do it at an individual vehicle level becomes much more difficult and far more expensive. So we've gone from BS4 to BS6. We still have emissions. It's not that we are emission free. The only way that we can have emission free in an urban environment, and urban is where the problem is going electric. So there is better control that is there at a plant level rather than an individual level. We have 12 of the 15 most polluted cities in the world are actually in India. And urban vehicles play a very, very important role when it comes to urban pollution. So it is a step in the right direction. Each vehicle that we look at, each two-wheeler that we look at, produces 1.98 tons of carbon emissions over the lifetime, which is equivalent to planting actually 11 trees, which would produce the same amount of oxygen. So it is moving in the right direction for sure. There is absolutely no two ways about it. So what we are going to find is, at least when it comes from automotive perspective, the world is headed towards electrification, and that technology is going to continuously keep on evolving and eventually going into hydrogen fuel cell maybe in the next 20, 25 years. But going back to emission products, going back to oil-based products, I think we've moved away from that and are moving away very, very rapidly.
Rashmi, I would encourage you or prompt you, because this is something which is really your area of expertise, that how does a country like India, which is still dependent on energy needs or global imports of energy need, really walk on the path of environmental, becoming self-sufficient? We import crude, we import coal, and that is going to remain like this for the next couple of years.
Yeah, very true. That's really the challenge before us. And Mr. Munjal was talking about the electric vehicles. If you look at the size of the problem, I mean, the transport are 15% of the total emissions in the country at the moment. The rest of the emissions come either from the power sector or from other sectors like, minor emissions come from agriculture as well through the use of fertilizers. So the electric vehicles, you very rightly put, it's more a concept at this stage. It's more a symbolic response of the community. It's essentially something which is being driven by customer preference, because it doesn't make a permanent dent on the climate problem or the problem the emissions. If you look at the entire transport sector itself, Mr. Munjal was very right. He talked about this as an urban phenomenon. So in the urban areas, the electric vehicles can solve the problem of pollution to some extent, the air pollution, but they cannot solve the problem of the environmental damage in terms of the climate stabilization. We need the entire transport sector to be addressed there, which involves long distance trucking, long distance passengers, where we don't have a solution at the moment. Technologies are not available to replace the liquid fuels. So I was coming to that, to the energy side. Energy is generating almost 80% of our total emissions in the country, and coal is 65% of our is meeting our electricity needs. In terms of primary energy, in fact, it's much more, 75%. So there is really a challenge. How do we move away from coal to better energy systems? And Prime Minister has come up with several ambitious goals at Glasgow. He talked about 500 gigawatts of renewable energy. And he also talked about 50% of our total energy needs being met from renewables, which means, in fact, some people have started saying that if we combine these two goals, it means that we will reach the peak of our emissions in 2030. If the half of the energy needs are going to be met from renewables, then obviously you have peaked in terms of emissions. But I think it's not going to happen that easily, because we are heavily dependent on coal as the source of power production. So here lies the technological choices. So far, we have been able to reduce our emissions intensity of the total production based entirely on energy efficiency. But in fact, the government reports say that we have already reduced 24% compared with 45% of our emissions intensity goal by 2018. So in the next 12 years, I think we'll reach 45% very easily. But that is not really going to help us beyond a certain point. We will hit the wall very soon because we have not been able to reduce the carbon intensity. Energy intensity is fine. Emissions intensity is fine. But carbon intensity, which actually means the content of carbon in our electricity production and content of carbon in our industrial production. So industrial decarbonization and transport decarbonization is actually extremely difficult without technology. And that is where we need humongous investment in renewable energy. And unfortunately, the cost of renewables have fallen. The variable cost has fallen now. It's almost 3 rupees a unit compared with coal, which used to be 4 rupees earlier. So variable cost has fallen. But to taking cue from Mr. Munjal, the integration into the grid, that has its own cost, because you can produce solar energy during the day, but in the night there is no sun. So you have to store this energy. And the energy storage systems, energy storage technologies, shift to green hydrogen, which can replace the liquid fuels, all this involves huge investments in technology and innovation. And that is where our challenges lie. But I think there is hope here, because in the last 7 years, we have been able to increase our renewable energy sector capacity by almost 10 times. From mere 10 gigawatts, we have now increased it to 105 gigawatts. But we have to go almost to 2,000 gigawatts by 2040 and 2050 if we have to meet our net zero goal. Where is this investment going to come from? At what terms? Are we going to access the capital markets internationally, or and what is the framework available? That is really the challenge. So both technology in terms of shift to green hydrogen, shift to solar energy, and the access to capital markets is going to be the challenge.
Professor, Bill Gates once famously said that we always overestimate the rate of change in the short term, underestimate in the long term. I guess we're going through that, aren't we? Are overestimating a lot of things and underestimating the long-term impact of that. Where do you think we are on the verge of a big breakthrough? Wind was considered to be the ultimate solution. It never has really progressed the way we thought. Solar is kicking in. While we can talk about good numbers, but we still have a long way to go. In your assessment, as a scientist, where do you think the next breakthrough is coming in climate change?
I think to me, the next breakthroughs are the old breakthroughs. So I think we need to come back to aggressive restoration of ecologies, restoration of our forests. Unfortunately, as you know, with the progress in the industrialization and India's vision of growth, what we're actually doing is decimating our forests. And if you look at, so we've also done back of the envelope calculations, a number of people have done the same thing. If you look at commons land that poor people hold, in terms of the kinds of areas where they do pasture, where they do grazing, where they do community forestry, and you just invested money in protecting those forests and allowing them to restore ecosystems. I'm not using the word afforestation deliberately, because you can plant eucalyptus and call it afforestation. You can cut down natural forests and call it afforestation. I'm saying restoring ecosystems. That has an incredible capacity for carbon sequestration. And I want to emphasize this: when we focus, monolithically on carbon, we're forgetting biodiversity, we're forgetting pollution, we're forgetting all of the other things that make life worth living on. So the fact is, when you restore ecosystems, it's not a fancy technology. It requires much more hard work. It requires actually turning land back to many indigenous communities who know how to protect this land. But what it does is gives you the triple, all the things that you need for sustainability. It protects the biodiversity, which means you have more pollination, which means your crops are going to grow better, which means then you will survive climate change. You have a larger likelihood of your agriculture surviving climate change. You're going to get more rainfall and help to balance the global climate by avoiding these, local heat changes that you get because you've cut down the forest. You're going to get more groundwater infiltration, which again means that you can continue with two cropping. India's not, I'm not sure, but whether 20 years from now, India can continue growing two crops. If we run out of groundwater and the climate is only going to give us enough water for one crop a year, that is going to be disastrous for our food security. So I think we need to think of game changer technologies, but I really, really think we need to go back to the old fashioned ways of looking at planting. Our own research, we're talking about pollution. We talk so much about these smoke scrubbers. Just having trees on city roads can cut several kinds of pollution metrics by 75%. Just having trees on roads. And now think of, any city, I think all of us, any city that we think of, we've lost, I think, 10, 15, 20 lakh trees in the past 10 years. I'll guarantee you that's the number, in that range. So I think we really, you will see that I'm more of a believer in letting nature do its things, and also figuring out how we can use the power of collectives with the power of mobilization to push for these kinds of changes. Because really, carbon capture, the big game changers of technology, they've come and they've gone, and we need all of them, but really we need something much more than that. We need to think of what can we do beyond the technology.
Thank you very much. You're a change agent, and being a change agent is not difficult. When you look back and look at your role as a change agent, I'm sure there must be some frustrating moments, some moments where you said, oh, what am I doing? Am I doing the right thing? How do you deal with that?
No, honestly, Nikunj, I've not had any moments of or wondered whether I was doing the right thing. I think I've done this and I will continue to do this because this is the only way I know how to live. It's just driven by pure love and passion and purpose. And it's something that I do because I believe if I don't do it, I would not be a good parent to my children and I would not be a good citizen to our planet. And it's really a matter of our survival and our health. So no, I haven't had, but there's been many moments of frustration, yes, because we are really grappling with helping more and more people recognize the immediacy, the urgency, and and how the problem really affects and impacts everyone. I've heard many words being used through the course of this evening. I joined early at 4 and I was listening to all the speakers, big takeaways from everyone. But when we talk about being generation restoration, and I really want to say that when Dr. Harini is asking us to go back to the basics, she's basically saying that, if we don't restore nature, we don't restore biodiversity, we don't take the action that is needed to solve the climate crisis, we can't really hope for achieving any of our goals, because climate action, which is goal 13, is the most critical goal. And without succeeding with that goal, we can't succeed or we can't hope to achieve any of the other goals. And while every single goal is interconnected, I think it's been extremely frustrating for me as an individual to help more and more companies recognize that CSR initiatives need to become more diverted and focused and concentrated on environmental protection and action. I can't even begin to tell you how difficult it is to get people to share funds or donate funds towards foresters, forest rangers, guards. I mean, in the second wave of COVID, we lost over 500 of our Van Rakshaks. And we tried so hard to raise money to just give an ex gratia amount to the families of, our martyrs. And it's been such a challenge. We try and raise money for children, we manage. We try and raise money for education, we manage. You go to anybody for money for anything other than climate action and environmental action, you'll get money. But when you ask for climate action or environmental action, it's such a big challenge. And I think out of sheer desperation this year, last year on my 40th birthday, I decided to make this announcement where I said I'm going to donate 40 lakhs for my 40th birthday instead of having a fancy party. I don't know why people host this anyway. They do nobody no good. And I hope that people would kind of meet that goal. And kind of contribute to the fund, and it's been so tough. So yes, I think many young people feel a sense of anguish and desperation because we just don't have the funding that is required to tell climate stories, to help organizations that are doing great work in the field, to save lives, really. So that's I think the toughest part, but good sense will hopefully prevail soon, and CSR will hopefully make it mandatory to at least allocate 2% of CSR to environmental action, if not more.
Mr. Munjal was smiling all the time when Dia was speaking. So I don't know what is he referring to, and especially when you said difficult to convince corporates to come ahead with fund, he had a bigger smile on his face. Mr. Munjal, did I read it wrong? You want to say something?
I've been in this space for so long, the electric vehicle, and talking about environment and automotive and change from IC polluting vehicles to electric vehicles. It was just, so we're not the only ones fighting a battle. There are numerous others who are fighting this battle on different fronts. So I was glad to hear that.
You didn't react to my question. Corporates not committing.
No, corporates certainly. There is a level of commitment which is already there and it's already happening. We're already seeing that happening. So as I was saying earlier, corporates will commit as we go along. It is the youth which is pushing it. We are going to end up with a situation, when I look at from an automotive perspective, in the next number of years, just like what we find at Diwali, where the children are saying and the youth are saying, please don't burst any crackers, and we don't want to burst any crackers. We'll be questioned for driving cars which are polluting. As Dr. Rashmi was talking about, in terms of the urban pollution which exists, and I was talking earlier about the vehicles, etc. There are numerous ways to look at it. Vehicular pollution is one of them. Of course, you've got industrial pollution, and you've got construction dust, and you've got the parali burning which happens in parts of India, etc. So corporates are doing the best that they can at this point of time. I wouldn't say that everybody is participating. There are a number of corporates who are doing a fantastic job. There's a lot of them which actually have a lot of catching up to do. If you look at, even for example, if you look at pollution and not just air pollution, you look at the amount of garbage that is dumped into our rivers and our canals and everything. It is insane, the amount of work that is required there. There is a lot of cleansing up which is being done. It's work in progress. It's taken us so long of industrialization for the companies to actually, start that to convert is going to be a process. It is going to take a little bit of time. And corporates, serious corporates, responsible corporates certainly are moving in that direction.
Now we've got nearly 620 attendees and 175 questions. That's a record in itself. I will encourage more questions and more questions to our panelists also. So I'm just going to shift.
I must just say that they're lovely questions before I'm reading the questions as the chat is going on, and fantastic to see these kinds of questions coming in.
That's the youth of India which we are talking about. Okay, so I'm just going to take the liberty of asking one more question. I'll use the liberty of my anchor chair, and this is for Rashmi ji. Rashmi ji, in India, we use a word called Sasta Sundar Tikau. We are talking about climate change. We are talking about pollution. The Indian population is a rural population who has to focus on Sasta Sundar Tikau. And till the time that does not change, everything will end up becoming a theory. Remember, sir, India is Sasta Sundar Tikau.
Absolutely right. If in the urban setting, we can talk of customer preference driving the change. But in the rural India, if you look at the entire range of different stakeholders in India, you will have to look at the sustainable solutions, the really sustainable solutions. And Mr. Munjal was also talking about cost of compliance being the major hurdle before the industry. So how do we reduce the cost of compliance for the industry and the cost of goods and the products for the people as a whole, citizens and the individuals, to be able to incentivize their preference? So obviously, we have to find sustainable business solutions. We cannot simply ask business to internalize all the cost and bear it, because the consumers cannot bear that cost. Ultimately, they have to sell their products. So we need, there are two ways of doing it. All over the world, the environmental problems have been solved or addressed to a certain extent through a regulation. Regulatory changes have always been the driving factor in solving the environmental problems. So if we really look at the climate change as a global problem, as a societal problem, we will have to look at the products which we are consuming, where emissions are or our carbon intensity is a major factor. We'll look at those products and make them green. Look at the cost. Can we create a level playing field for the businesses so that the cost is internalized by them and there is no competition here? Because basically the producer fears the competition most. The business person looks at the market share. So he or she should not lose the market share. The only way to ensure that is to create a level playing field for them through a regulatory framework. So that's one possible. Second, of course, is the consumer awareness. That we have all talked about. And here we put our hopes in the youth, that they become much more environmentally conscious, they drive this. But this will need empowerment. It's simply not a question of individual and moral choice. They need them to be empowered in terms of incomes. They need to be empowered in terms of a range of choices available to them. So the third thing which I was going to suggest is that we need to make the business solutions sustainable is to look at some kind of innovative system solutions. For example, LED. I think somebody had talked about LED bulbs. Dia had talked about it. Now, how did the LED bulbs, this initiative succeed in India? It was basically because of procurement. So the public procurement policies driven by the EESL, they brought down the cost of the LED bulbs. They are still much more costlier than the other CFLs, but at least they have made them affordable. And they have brought down the cost for the business as a whole and for the consumers as a whole. That's how I think the large public procurement policies, large regulatory policies which can support these large procurements are one way of bringing down the cost of goods. Steel, I think you had talked about initially. Steel is one of the industrial products which needs to be made green. How do we make it green? Because it's one of the expensive items where a lot of carbon consumption takes place. Coal is used there, both in terms of heating as well as producing steel. So can we think of making green steel as one of the primary requirements for the construction industry? I mean, if we bring this kind of regulation, it will automatically make it mandatory for everyone to use that. The cost will certainly go up, but then the cost will be levelized for everyone. Similarly, is the question of green hydrogen. Hydrogen, for example, is expensive, much more expensive fuel, but its technology is available. But it's beyond the reach of the common man, beyond the reach of the industry, because we have not taken measures to bring down the cost. So we need to find innovative business solutions, regulatory solutions to bring down the cost of the products and the goods, so that we make it sustainable for the people to make choice. They can't make choice in the absence of the incomes and empowerment. That is what we need to do there.
Yes, Dia.
Nikunj, I've been dying to jump in because I think one of the most important factors that addresses what Rajani has just said is two things. One is very strong political will that then will translate into effective policy. And the second is something that we've been working very long and hard on, but we've not really seen a result on, which is extended producers' responsibility. So all of these companies and organizations and industries that are, contributing to pollution and are creating the mess that we're, inhaling and breathing and living and suffering because of, have to be held accountable. And there isn't a strong. There are guidelines that have been drafted. I know there are two versions of it that are still floating around the ministries, but haven't gone through. But it's something that we've been repeatedly saying is so essential. So I think young people can really hold industry and the political fabric of our country accountable for these two things. One, to exercise strong political will where climate action becomes a part of the electoral mandate. If somebody is not talking about climate and climate action, don't vote for that person. And the second thing, of course, is extended producers' responsibility. It's something that we really have to drive and push hard for.
It's so true. It's so true. Well, I'm just going to change gears now and move to the Q&A answers. So I'm just going to shamelessly pick up my mobile phone. WhatsApp these days is a convenient way to communicate. So just bear with me. Just an announcement, a sponsor announcement. The award-winning questions in this session has been sponsored by Mark Exhaust. And we got a very interesting question coming for Professor Harini. Just bear with me for a second. My sincere apologies. Being a television anchor, I ask questions for a living, but when I have to ask questions on behalf of someone, it becomes a challenge. So I have to struggle to see my WhatsApp sometimes. Okay, Professor, this question is coming your way. This is from Paramjeet Singh, and Paramjeet wants to know, I would like to ask, how can we make sure that rural India also becomes part of this initiative and contributes in India's quest to achieve sustainability goals?
I think rural India is actually the one that is keeping urban India from transgressing. So to me, I mean, rural India is far more, definitely hugely more sustainable than urban India. What can we do? I think we need to rethink there are projections that say that by 2050, India will become more than 50% urban. Right? How long can we slow that down? I don't think we can stop it, but how long can we slow that down? I think we can slow it because people are moving from rural areas not because they want to, moving to cities not because they have, all of them have better lives, but they move to much more unsustainable lives in the city because we don't give them a choice. So can we strengthen rural livelihoods? I think that is something we really need to think of. And when we strengthen rural livelihoods, can we do it so that the environment is a very integral part of those livelihoods? I think we tend to, this is our mindset. We tend to think of industrial jobs and the industrial sector as providing them with a way into the economy. But they've lived and they've had integrations with the economy through, let's say, forest products, through agriculture, through various other kinds of value adds. So I think to me, that's something we can do. The Jharkhand government, for instance, has this very excellent initiative called Jharcraft. And there are a number of these, similar kinds of things across the country where you work with rural communities, let's say women who live in villages, help them do their rural handicrafts, but in a way that they can be marketed to urban consumers so they can stay, but they get that little bit of value add to stay in their environment. So that is that's something we need to be thinking about for sustainability. How do we slow the rural to urban transition? How can we reverse it in some ways? MNREGA is another part of it. The Karnataka government is doing a lot by using the MNREGA funds to restore water bodies. Now, if you restore water bodies, you have your agriculture fixed. If you have your agriculture fixed, people move back to their villages. And so how can we do those kinds of things?
So, Professor, do you think somewhere going back to, like you referred to, going back to roots is the solution? If you boost up the agricultural crop, a lot of things will be taken care of. That could be done with a combination of better seeds, better farming, and very simple solutions in terms of water and irrigation.
Water and irrigation, yes, but I think a lot of chemical farming. I mean, for instance, Sikkim is doing it, Telangana is doing it. Now, states are trying to do this at a large level. So it's not the organic farming, which is the niche, very high-end consumers, but I think, really state governments are giving this a push. So we need to find out those kinds of ways of millet farming, of trying to farm, so go back to roots, absolutely. I just want to say one thing which I've not had a chance to say through this, but I want to bring in, since you're saying youth, one word that I've seen, we've discussed a lot of things on this panel. We've not discussed what can often become a dirty word today, which is activism, but I think it's the most important thing we need to get from the youth. Because if you look at activism, the only thing that has made a difference in terms of pushing governments to act and to be much more responsive to the real needs has been that kind of activism. And activism can be action of all kinds. It could be something as simple as in your corporate job, asking your company to rewild or to not have manicured grass but wild and more natural spaces. It could be all kinds of things from that all the way to real court-based. Aditya Dubey is this young boy in Delhi who's been pushing the government, and many people may know, to ask large companies to reduce their plastic footprint. I think these are the kinds of things that have really made the big difference. So I mean, since I haven't heard that on the panel, I thought I just put that word out there so that we don't close without discussing this.
That's a great point. And, the whole purpose-driven drive what Dia had in terms of cleaning the beaches in Mumbai, I won't say activism, but that in a sense was one of the most, one of the most biggest realizations for us, right, Dia?
Yeah, absolutely. I couldn't agree more. Activism is essential.
The next question is from Richa Sharma for Rashmi ji. At one hand, Rashmi ji, we are committing to zero carbon emissions by 2070. And on the other hand, we wish and we want the economy to grow to $5 trillion. Isn't that contradictory? Because with growth comes energy. With energy, you need other things to be taken care of.
Yes, but I don't say this as contradictory. I mean, 2070 net zero goal is an aspirational goal at this moment. But we are certainly moving away from dirty energy. I know coal is, as we were discussing, coal continues to be the primary source of our energy, but we have started moving away from coal. Today, in the last 7 to 8 years, we have created electricity generation capacity from renewables of almost 105 gigawatts, which includes, of course, solar, wind, hydro altogether. And then from 2015 or 2016 onwards, if I remember correctly, the share of coal in total energy production has remained almost constant. It's not rising any further. Of course, in absolute terms, the consumption of coal as source of energy is still rising, But in relative terms, if you look at this, the entire electricity demand, the coal share has remained constant, which means renewables are rising in the system. So in our energy production system, at least, renewables are getting a larger space. And the reason being because the cost of solar energy has fallen. And how did it fall? It fell because of the targets set by the government. The government came up with a target of 125 gigawatts initially, then it came up with 450, then it's now has a target of 500 gigawatts by 2030. So if all these targets are actually implemented by the state governments and by the central government together, of course, the resources will come from the private sector. Then we will be able to generate this much of renewable energy and bring down the share of coal and move away from coal to a cleaner energy system. The question is of cost of integration of this energy into the grid. For that, we need really green hydrogen to be able to store the energy, or other energy storage technologies like batteries. So that is a challenge indeed, finding the finance and finding the technologies which can help us move away from dirty energy to cleaner energy. But we are successfully moving away from coal, and the direction is very, very positive. So I don't see a contradiction in this. But what I was also trying to say, that it cannot be done only with the help of energy efficiency, which has been the primary focus so far. Improving energy intensity is fine, but we need to bring down the intensity of carbon in our production system. And that will happen only if we move towards cleaner energy sources in industries. Industrial decarbonization and transport decarbonization, these are the twin challenges. Together, they constitute almost 40% of our emissions. So through renewables, we can target about 50 to 60% of our total energy emissions. But the rest 40% are extremely inflexible at this point of time in the absence of technology. They will need a movement towards green hydrogen, energy storage, and then that needs a huge amount of financial investments. Technology is not really the problem there, but a regulatory framework which levelizes the cost for all the players, that is really the key here. So both the governments and the industry will have to join hands together, and then it's achievable. It's not difficult.
Ankur's got a question for Dia Mirza. And Dia, this question is, the role of youth and the millennial generation is very important nowadays. What are different programs that the government and international organizations are doing to spread more awareness among the youth?
I think one of the reasons why young people have become so proactive and so active in spreading not just awareness, but holding governments and policymakers accountable, questioning bad policy, and adopting more sustainable lifestyles is because of two of the organizations that I actually represent, well, with the United Nations Environment Program and the United Nations. I think a lot has to do with the fact that we've launched and successfully conducted very powerful campaigns that have mobilized action from the youths and made them stakeholders and given them a seat at the table. All negotiations are now incomplete without young people, like a youth representative. Some of the campaigns that I would like to draw everybody's attention to is, of course, the Beat Plastic Pollution campaign that was launched in India a few years ago, that led to that historic pledge that our Prime Minister made about making India single-use plastics free by 2022, which is why we received that list that we have recently that's going to, disallow or discontinue the production and the manufacturing of those items. The other campaign that I think more and more people are becoming aware of and that has really strengthened them and their activism is the Wild for Life campaigns, where young people globally are understanding how anthropogenic activities have reduced and have destroyed so many wild species. What is the role that we can play as individuals to protect wildlife? how, say, for example, the snow leopard is the thermometer for climate change, how India is one of the greatest habitats for the snow leopard, and how melting glaciers in our Himalayas is going to impact not just the habitat of the snow leopard, but the lives and the livelihoods of millions of people living in these areas. So connecting wildlife with human beings and understanding and helping people understand that interconnectedness is, I think, a result of this very powerful campaign. The third thing that we do successfully is bring the intergovernmental report, the IPCC report, to young people. I think when I was in school, I never had access to it. I know young people today across the world have access to these reports, and these are very powerful reports that really help young people understand what the stage of the problem is, what the solutions are, and how we can all become agents and change makers. The fourth, and I think the most important thing, is that it is all of these campaigns that facilitate an engagement with young people and also bring them to, so for example, COP26 was, said to be a cop out, but to me it was a great event, not within the domain of the program, but outside. It was the participation of young people, the conversations they were having outside, the questions they were demanding of leaders across the world. That to me was very powerful, and I think a direct result of the role and the work that the UN and the United Nations Environment Programme have done in facilitating and empowering young minds globally. And I have a great leader in the Secretary General who, of course, with the Sustainable Development Goals and the great work that we're doing in bringing the goals to schools across the country. I can't remember 10 years ago, young children talking about the SDGs, the way they know them now, the way they understand them now, and the way they seek methods and manners in which they can adopt the sustainable goals at an individual level. And I think this is a result of the work that many great people have done, including you, Dr. Harini. But I think that this really, when the knowledge and the science becomes accessible to young people, while they deal with the intensity and the problem of the scale of the issues, I think it's that really that drives solutions, the ones that we are experiencing and are seeing young people drive. In fact, some of the winners of the FMS Forum Environment Heroes today were fantastic examples of environmental stewardship. Just young people who got up and said, I'm going to change this. I'm going to fix it. I'm going to fix the air pollution crisis. I'm going to bring innovation that is going to lead to change at a grassroots level. And this is the kind of change that we need.
Yeah, I always say that India has the skill, we have the scale, and we have the ability. So the last question for Mr. Munjal, and this one is coming from Kuldeep Singh. Mr. Munjal, the question is, how do you foresee evolution of EV sector with entries of other big players, and will support to alternate fuels like hydrogen might impact EV?
See, technology is going to be okay. To answer that question, first and foremost, competition coming in is always good because you're expanding the market. Right now, it's a very small market. It's a very small pie. As competition comes in, it expands hugely. And that's always a good thing. So we ourselves as a company have been working, while we work on our individual strategies on how do we expand as a company, we also work on how do we expand the whole sector. For example, we reskill the workforce when it comes to the roadside mechanics in how to handle electric vehicles. They didn't understand it. They are very good with IC engine fixing the basic problems, but they don't really quite understand electric. So we've already trained 7,000 of them. Idea is to train 25,000 of them. Now, while they're trained by us, they can actually, they're reskilled to fix any vehicle. So that's how we are creating that ecosystem. The second is we are putting in a charging infrastructure for all kinds of electric two-wheelers. Now, these are installed by us, but effectively any vehicle can be charged there. So that's how you create the ecosystem. Now, in terms of technology, that technology is going to continuously keep on evolving. So right now we're working on lithium-ion batteries, we've got sodium-ion, and we've got sodium-sulfur, zinc, manganese, and then we've got solid-state and hydrogen fuel cell, and the list just goes on. One thing is for certain, we are never going to go back to emission products. So we're never going to go back to oil or fuel-based, polluting-based technologies when it comes to automotive. And we will continue, and the market will continue to evolve. So we in electric mobility in vehicles, it's the same as your computers and phones and everything. Every generation that comes out is far better than the previous one. So we are following a Moore's curve where there is a drop in price which is happening, but that's not going to continue. That's finite. I mean, that's not going to continue happening indefinitely. It is going to stop at some point of time. And what you're going to see is more power coming in. So you will find batteries, for example, the chemistry is changing, becoming more durable, longer lasting, compactor, more energy storage in them, faster charge, etc., etc. So that's going to continue happening. And as this technology evolves, more and more adoption is going to happen. So what we are finding right now, for example, is because of the support that comes in from the government, these vehicles have become cheaper than an IC engine vehicle to own. In any case, they were very, very low when it comes to the TCO gap, what is called the total cost of ownership. That gap has hugely widened in favor of electric vehicles simply because of the price of fuel. We've gone to 106 odd rupees for a liter of petrol around the country. So that gap has widened. The initial purchase price has come down because of the support that's there from the center and the states. So I'm confident that we are going to graduate, and we are extremely bullish on this sector, on the electric vehicle sector moving forward. And like I said, technology is just going to continuously evolve, whether it is in power generation and whether it comes into the vehicles.
It's Saturday evening, and we've shamelessly extended our appointment with our panelists. So I'm just going to thank all of them individually. They are starting with you. Thank you very much. As a child, I used to always get excited when I used to see a rainbow, but the new rainbow which you've suggested, that's making me excited about how I want to make some small changes. Professor, so nice to connect with you. Your whole idea about going back to roots is something which will always stay with me. Rashmi ji, fantastic to hear your thoughts on, especially on the carbon emission, that how energy and the fuel consumption pattern will change and how that will lead to control of carbon emission. And Mr. Munjal, always a pleasure to talk to you. Your bullishness on EV is something which is visible now, and the good work which you're doing in making this technology more affordable is absolutely brilliant. Thank you all very much. And thank you for joining us on this forum. With that, I'll just give it back to them.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Wow, some riveting insights and sharp perspectives. Thank you, each one of you joining us today, making such an engaging session. Thank you, Nikunj, for moderating the session. Congratulations to our winners of the Q&A session, Kuldeep, Prashant Kumar, Ankur Sharma, Richa, phenomenal. And yes, you would be receiving your vouchers worth 5,000. Lot of learnings, lot of insights, but stay tuned because there's a lot more that is coming up. And keep those questions coming into the question box, especially for the session that is up next. A quick moment to share our gratitude to our title sponsor, STL, which is an industry-leading integrator of digital networks. And this is what they are all about. Let's have a look at this.
Beam, a seed, the one that shoots up, springs. Life that kindles, never dies out. Arrow, a goal that inspires. Future that intrigues, amazes. In a new, fresh, invigorated form to take the giant stride. STL, beyond tomorrow.
With that, we now step towards the FMS Founders Day Memorial Lecture in reverence of the late Professor Dasgupta, founder of FMS. Spinning on the subject, a new climate of corporate responsibility in India, we have the honor of Dr. Mukund Rajan delivering this lecture today. Dr. Rajan is now the chairman of eCube Investment Advisors, a first of its kind platform to catalyze environment, social and governance changes in corporate India, and a long-standing champion of ESG and its benefits. He has had a distinguished 23-year career with the Tata Group and was honored as a young global leader at the World Economic Forum, besides several other awards as an industry stalwart and change maker. So make sure you ask a lot of questions in the chat box, and the prize courtesy for this session, Artemis Hospitals. Thank you, Artemis Hospitals. And Dr. Rajan, what a pleasure, what an honor to have you here. Our young minds can't wait to hear the wisdom that's coming from you today.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me. So shall I get started with what is going to be a half-an-hour lecture? So I
Please
hope
go ahead, Dr.
all of you have the stomach for that on a Saturday evening. Lovely. So first of all, thank you very much. Great honor to be with all of you at FMS today. And I'd obviously like to open by paying tribute to Professor Dasgupta, who really laid the foundation for our nation's first business school. And really, with every new challenge that has emerged in the decades since the Faculty of Management Studies was established, we have to applaud Professor Dasgupta's foresight. The need for training and preparing business leaders in India who could take on these challenges has never been more important. And the theme for this year's Founders' Day celebrations, Climate Change in You, reflects perhaps the defining issue of our times. I started researching the subject of climate change over 30 years earlier. I was a research student at Oxford University at the time. Climate change was one of several global environmental issues, alongside others like ozone depletion, tropical deforestation, and the loss of biodiversity. All these were just beginning to impinge on world affairs and global politics. My own interest at the time was in assessing how the international community would coalesce around solutions to these problems. What made them unique was the fact that no single country on its own could successfully tackle them. The cooperation of all nations was a must to achieve a lasting and beneficial outcome. This is indeed no different from the situation we have faced for these past 2 years with COVID-19. Nobody is safe until everybody is safe. My analysis suggested that the emerging arena of global environmental issues would see growing conflict between the developed and developing countries. The developed world had preempted the space for growth, which developing countries desperately needed. Developing countries, to improve their standards of living without repeating the mistakes of the Western development model, would demand assistance and compensation from the developed world, including access to new environmentally friendly technologies and concessional finance, but these would not be easily on offer. My doctoral dissertation was eventually published as a book titled Global Environmental Politics by Oxford University Press. And in the years since, the broad thesis that developing countries would leverage their support for international solutions and bargain for more assistance in order to leapfrog environmentally unfriendly models of development has played out. But the outcome has not been particularly favorable for developing countries. The quantum of capital flows from the developed world, and the technology support offered to developing countries have in fact proved to be trivial in the scheme of things. And meanwhile, developing countries are bearing the brunt of the adverse impacts of global environmental issues, particularly climate change. As extreme climatic events become more frequent and cause more damage, not just physical damage, but also consequential adverse impacts on issues such as gender equality, social justice, and human health, we can expect the discourse over solutions for global environmental challenges to become more contentious and heated. Unfortunately, time is not on our side. On the challenge of climate change, the science has just in the span of 6 years guided us from a target set at Paris in 2015 of 2 degrees Celsius global warming to a much more aggressive 1.5 degrees Celsius warming target now. And in February, when the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change produces its latest assessment of the impacts of climate change, it's likely to suggest that we are slipping badly on the possibility of achieving this revised target. The reasonable carbon space we have for growth is likely to be fully consumed within this decade, and that is why you're hearing increasingly frantic calls for adoption of net zero targets by countries and by businesses. We're seeing the impact of this in the European Commission's recent adoption of a proposal for a carbon border adjustment mechanism. Under this mechanism, with a view to leveling the playing field for industries in the European Union, tariffs will be hiked on products being imported into the European Union from countries which have not implemented strong carbon emission controls in their markets. We're seeing the impact in the regulatory actions of countries like the United Kingdom, which recently announced that all UK-listed companies must release net zero plans by 2023. And it's only a matter of time before other markets follow suit. We're seeing the impact in the higher sustainability standards, which multinational enterprises like Unilever and Nestle, which have declared 2039 and 2050 as the target years for achieving net zero status, and which are among over 5,000 companies globally, which have already announced net zero dates, are demanding from their supply chain participants from India. We're seeing it in the thrust of lenders on reporting of material climate-related risks by businesses in their financial filings. Likewise, the announcement of the Glasgow Financial Alliance for Net Zero, or GFANZ, a global coalition of leading financial institutions with assets of over $130 trillion committed to accelerating the decarbonization of the economy. We're seeing it in the behavior of investment funds, which are demanding greater carbon disclosure and stronger mitigation measures. And some, like Nordjysk Bank, which manages the Norwegian sovereign wealth, have already started decarbonizing their portfolios. We're seeing it in citizen movements that have evolved around the world, such as the one that persuaded the UK Parliament to declare a climate emergency, or indeed the school strike made famous by Greta Thunberg. Within this dynamic and evolving situation, India, the third largest greenhouse gas producer in the world after China and the United States, has a key role to play. The government is pursuing a twin track. In one track, aligning itself with the other developing countries, it is trying to negotiate the best deal it can secure from the developed countries. There are precedents here from India's experience in successfully negotiating both financial assistance and technology transfer to phase out ozone-depleting substances under the Montreal Protocol to address the Antarctic ozone hole. In order to show good faith and earn goodwill, India is also making the right noises. For instance, its commitment announced by Prime Minister Modi at the recent Glasgow Conference of Parties on Climate Change, or COP26, to become net zero by 2070, and its promotion of the One Sun, One World, One Grid initiative under the International Solar Alliance, which India anchors. Parallelly, in another track, the government recognizes that the challenge of climate change brooks no delay in actions to mitigate carbon emissions and to adapt to a warming world. Hence, the other pronouncements you heard at Glasgow, including the promise to generate 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel-based energy by 2030, with 50% of the energy mix from renewables, while improving the energy efficiency of the economy by 45% over 2005 levels by the same year. These measures and more to come are going to lead to a massive transformation of the Indian economy and in corporate India. More on this presently. There are going to be a number of factors that will drive the pace of change. First and foremost, the expectations of communities across our country of the prospective quality of life their members can enjoy. While the COVID-19 pandemic will be remembered for many things, it will perhaps be best remembered for the impact it is creating on our expectations from life itself and the quality of life we want to have. The COVID lockdowns reminded us about the rich diversity of life that thrives around us. Many of us started paying attention to bird calls in our localities, no longer drowned out by traffic noise. In parts of northern India, people were excited to see the Himalayan mountain ranges for the first time, with their vision no longer blocked by air pollution. But beyond experiencing the biodiversity around us, COVID also revealed that none of us is an island unto ourselves. The loss of life, particularly during the second wave, was fairly evenly spread across all segments of society. Akin to extreme climatic events, COVID showed us that when nature revolts, there is nowhere to hide, no matter how powerful or wealthy you might be. Work from home taught us to value the basic unit of our society, the family, and what it takes to keep every member of that unit secure, with access to healthcare for sure, but also access to livelihoods and income, education, and food. The migrant labor crisis in 2020 shook our conscience precisely because it denied parts of a society these same securities. If you wonder if these demands for enhanced quality of life might be short-lived, just take a look at the promises our political parties are now making around the country for the upcoming state elections. From free rations, LPG cylinders, and electricity to unemployment allowances and free laptops for students, it is clear that the politicians recognize the expectations the average citizen now has. Our courts are also now speaking the language of quality of life. Take a look at the Supreme Court's seminal judgment of 2018 on the migration timelines from Bharat Stage 4 to Stage 6 fuel emission norms, which the Indian automobile industry at the time had sought to delay. The Supreme Court held that there could be no compromise with the health of India's citizens, and the larger public interest had to outweigh the much smaller pecuniary interest of the automobile industry. It argued that it is an established principle of law that the right to life, as envisaged under Article 21 of the Constitution of India, includes the right to a decent environment. The right to life not only means leading a life with dignity, but includes within its ambit the right to lead a healthy, robust life in a clean atmosphere, free from smoke and pollution. Ticking off the corporate sector and denying the auto industry the delay it was seeking, the court underlined that the right to live with human dignity becomes illusory in the absence of a healthy environment. In step with these trends, the government is promulgating rules and regulations that enhance the responsibility businesses carry. Beyond a series of sector-specific rules, such as the plastic waste management rules and extended producer responsibility rules, it has also designed national guidelines on responsible business conduct to mainstream the concept of corporate responsibility. These guidelines have been integrated into the business responsibility and sustainability reports that the Securities and Exchange Board of India, SEBI, has directed the top 1,000 listed companies to publish from this fiscal on a voluntary basis and from the next fiscal on a mandatory basis. Stewardship codes, which emphasize what are known as environment, social, and governance, or ESG requirements, have meanwhile been mandated by SEBI, along with the insurance regulator, IRDAI, and the pension fund regulator, PFRDA, for institutional investors across the mutual fund, insurance, and pension fund sectors in India. There is also close domestic and international scrutiny now taking place of the performance of businesses on the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, defined by the United Nations, traversing issues ranging from poverty alleviation to addressing climate change. The SDGs have essentially fused the global with the local and created an interest of the international community in the way in which local issues are now being addressed within countries. Customers, meanwhile, especially millennials and those of a younger generation, are increasingly demonstrating a preference to embrace purpose-driven consumer brands that clarify their social commitment. And this is the reason a market leader like Unilever in consumer products resolved last year that each of its 70,000 products would soon carry labels showing their carbon footprint. And recognizing stakeholder expectations of more responsible behavior, investors are pressing for change in the corporate world. Globally, entities controlling over $100 trillion of invested funds around the world have now subscribed to the United Nations Principles for Responsible Investment, or the UNPRI. These principles require investors to incorporate ESG issues into their investment analysis and decision-making processes. Many of these investors have an India exposure. In a market like the European Union, which offers substantial funding for corporate India, the European Commission has put out regulations that require all asset managers in the Union to disclose the ESG performance of their investment portfolios. We should consequently expect that Indian businesses that are non-compliant on critical ESG issues like climate change will be progressively excluded from the investment portfolios of the largest fund managers in the world. At the same time, the Indian market is likely to also see significant inflows of funds from foreign investors seeking promising ESG stocks that offer good risk-adjusted returns. This last is a trend that has picked up momentum, and there is now a great deal of academic literature to show that a greater focus on ESG typically yields greater resource use efficiency, lower cost of operations, reduced risk, lower cost of borrowing, and greater prospects for valuation re-rating. This is the reason ESG investing has become the fastest growing asset category in recent quarters. And while these are early days in India, lending weight to the ESG investing thesis, we can see fairly consistent outperformance of indices like the MSCI India ESG Leaders Index when compared to the broader benchmark index for most periods of time. Similarly, with the National Stock Exchange's Nifty 100 ESG Index when compared with the Nifty 100 Index. In essence, capital, both as equity and as debt, will be allocated in the future primarily towards well-governed Indian companies that contribute to the goals of a more sustainable economy and society. With all of these pressures for change, a new climate of corporate responsibility is being created in India, and forward-looking companies are beginning to respond to this. So what are the best ones doing? Well, first and foremost, they accept the need for change. A great example is India's largest private sector company, Reliance Industries, which has acknowledged the climate change issue by setting a target to become net carbon zero by 2035. Next, they put in place the right governance structures to develop and execute sustainability and ESG strategies that are relevant for them, spanning what are called material ESG issues. Increasing numbers of companies like Infosys, Ashok Leyland, and Airtel have created dedicated ESG committees of their boards, while others like Tata Steel and NTPC have expanded the remit of their CSR committees to include sustainability. With the tone at the top set, they focus on raising the capacity of the management team and ensuring strategic alignment across the entire organization. We see a greater focus in forward-looking businesses on resource use efficiency, on attaching a relevant cost to natural resources, including carbon, and embracing circular economy practices that minimize waste and extend life across product life cycles. Through this, they also de-risk as much as possible the volatility often seen in raw material and commodity prices. They prioritize better design to assist product reuse and repair and recycling of waste. They also recognize that many climate-friendly initiatives are no regrets measures. Investments in renewable energy or energy efficiency improvement, for instance, a great example being the shift to more energy efficient lighting solutions with LED bulbs, have high returns on investment and can pay for themselves quite swiftly. Indeed, forward-looking companies are constantly trying new things, innovating and pivoting their business models to find competitive advantage. Thus, when Tata Power, for instance, found itself at the receiving end of portfolio decarbonization initiatives by major investors, it chose to pivot towards renewable energy and away from coal-fired thermal power. The same company is also now trying to build non-traditional collaborations, stimulating the green energy market in India by offering green power to subscribers who are willing to pay not a lower, but a higher price per unit of electricity. R&D has actually traditionally been an area of weakness for Indian businesses. So India's R&D spends at around 0.7% of the GDP are far lower than, for instance, China at over 3 times that percentage, and that on a far higher GDP base, not to mention developed markets like the United States, Japan, and Germany. However, we may now be seeing the beginnings of change, particularly thanks to the efforts of India's large and growing startup community. We're beginning to see a range of innovations and new business opportunities emerging across areas like electric vehicles, EV batteries, high efficiency materials, biomass to energy, more water and energy efficient agricultural techniques, meat alternatives, and carbon credits trading. Forward-looking enterprises also endeavor to improve their employee well-being and safety. They understand the importance of enhancing diversity and inclusion within their workforces, given not just the social context in which Indian businesses operate, but also the value this brings in the effort to champion new ideas and collaborative solutions to address challenges. Areas of focus, therefore, include gender diversity, higher representation of the scheduled caste and scheduled tribe communities, and addressing the needs of the physically challenged. Such enterprises also demonstrate heightened awareness about their responsibilities towards the welfare of local communities, and they leverage their CSR spending obligations to become neighbors of choice. Some go a step further, like the Tata Group, to champion corporate volunteering by their employees and seek to link their CSR endeavors with volunteering opportunities. This enhances the pride their employees feel in the organization, improves employee engagement levels, and helps to deliver powerful social outcomes, which really draw from the skill sets that their own employees possess. Forward-looking companies recognize that what gets measured gets improved. And so just as companies like Marico are doing, they link performance on critical ESG issues like carbon emission reduction and better wastewater management to senior executive compensation to force the pace of change. Integral to the link with compensation is a strong focus on measurement, tracking performance over time, and making transparent disclosures. Each of these activities is now increasingly benefited by the thrust on digitalization. Multiple sustainability reporting frameworks are being used, including the Global Reporting Initiative, or GRI, and Integrated Reporting, or IR. But in the future, a universal framework is expected to emerge after the new International Sustainability Standards Board, which was announced at Glasgow at COP26, completes its work. In the meantime, the Business Responsibility and Sustainability Report, mandated by SEBI, or the BRSR, will offer one valuable tool for Indian businesses to communicate their sustainability commitment. In the past, there have been allegations of non-transparency of data and what is called greenwashing. With the guidelines issued for the preparation of the BRSR reports, any gaps or misleading information will be scrutinized intently by a varied set of stakeholders, including regulators, analysts, proxy firms, activists, the media, and others. And you can soon expect both naming and shaming, as well as withdrawal of investments when the gaps are particularly egregious. Indeed, we've already seen the impact that reports of CDP, what used to be called the Carbon Disclosure Project, have had on the carbon emissions reporting by some of India's largest corporates. And there has been considerable improvement after some of the initial naming and shaming in the CDP reports. But despite all this activity, it would be a mistake to conclude that all is going well with corporate India's response to the challenge of climate change. There are still large gaps in the response, and I'm going to call out two in particular. The first is the tendency of many Indian businesses, with a few honorable exceptions, to resist change until they are forced by regulation and the threat of penalties. We saw an example of this earlier in my talk with the auto industry's efforts to delay migration from Bharat Stage 4 to Bharat Stage 6 fuel emission norms, something the Supreme Court strongly criticized. Another similar example was the strongly adverse reaction of the Indian two-wheeler industry, the world's largest, to the call of the Niti Aayog some years back to embrace full electrification by 2025. Personally, as someone who was intimately involved in the leapfrog that took place in Indian telecoms, from fixed line services to mobility, resulting in a massive telecom and IT-led transformation of the landscape of opportunities in India, I thought that the Indian two-wheeler manufacturers would similarly consider the possibility of leapfrogging and leading India and the world down the path of electrification. But this determination to own the future seemed to be missing. And in fact, the Niti Aayog got strong pushback from the two-wheeler industry to drop that 2025 target. You see this tendency to delay the onset of regulation and to resist change, unfortunately, in many industries, from delays sought in eliminating single-use plastics that then go on to choke city drainage systems or litter the oceans, to the delays sought in implementing the directive to thermal power plants to deploy flue gas desulfurization plants designed to reduce air pollution across India. While it might be possible to deflect the attentions of regulators for some time, the question these businesses need to ask is whether their customers will continue to be forgiving. Many commentators, including the marketing guru Philip Kotler, have pointed out how consumers are beginning to re-examine what they consume and how much they consume. Consequently, as the Harvard Business School professor Rebecca Henderson argues, and I quote, "We need to move from a world in which environmental and social capital are essentially free, or at least someone else's business, to a world in which the need to operate within environmental limits within a thriving society is taken for granted," unquote. The second gap you see in corporate India's response is with the way in which micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, are included or not included in the plans of the larger corporates in India. MSMEs form a significant part of the supply chain and account for close to half the actual resource consumption that takes place within the economy. Many of them are going to be hugely impacted by the climate transition. Take a sector like auto, huge disruptions on the cards for many component suppliers who are wedded currently to the internal combustion engine. Just as the developing countries expect help and support from the developed countries to tackle climate change, the MSMEs need the help and support of the larger, technologically adept and well-financed corporates in India. It is unclear, however, that this is going to happen on the scale required to secure the interests of a major part of the MSME community. There are two major risks that follow as a consequence of these gaps in corporate India's response to climate change. First, if the transition to a more climate-friendly future is not undertaken in a calibrated manner, and we see significant job losses in the MSME and informal sector, there will be a significant exacerbation of inequality in India and resultant social tension. Already, as we learned from this year's Oxfam India report, inequality is at an all-time high in India. The top 10% of the population controls 45% of the nation's assets, and the wealth of fewer than 100 families is more than that of 550 million Indians at the bottom of the pyramid. As we touched upon earlier, all this will come at a time when communities are ever more demanding of an improvement in their quality of life, and therefore less accommodative of adverse impacts on this. This leads me to the second major risk that follows. This is the risk that community protests will lead to the heavy hand of government on business. Government and the political establishment in power at the center and the states would like nothing more, and there is a long history of this in India, than to bend companies to their will. That is the reason corruption thrives. We rank a lowly 85th on the Transparency International 2021 Corruption Perceptions Index. And this is intimately linked, of course, to the whole question of election funding designed to keep political parties in power. For the business community that has repeatedly pleaded for regulatory shackles to be lifted, and that has broadly expressed its intent to embrace free enterprise, greater government intervention would represent a significant setback to its vision of growth. It is therefore in business's own enlightened self-interest to address the challenges that loom large ahead of time. I spent over 2 decades in the Tata Group, established by a true visionary, Jamsetji Tata. His business philosophy is captured in this quote attributed to him that, and I quote, "In a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but the very purpose of its existence," unquote. This philosophy has served the Tata Group well for over 150 years, during which time it has become India's largest corporate house and continues to inform the mission of the Tata Group, and I quote, "to improve the quality of life of the communities we serve through long-term stakeholder value creation based on leadership with trust," unquote. It is going to be this kind of commitment to inclusive and sustainable growth that will secure business success in the future. As author and science journalist Daniel Goleman writes, and I quote, "Reinventing business for the long future could mean finding shared values supported by all stakeholders, from stock owners to employees and customers, to communities where a company operates, to generations as yet unborn," unquote. It will be business leaders who can do this and who can do this well, who will thrive in the new climate of corporate responsibility in India. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Mukund, for helping us understand that every business organization can work towards mitigating climate risk and still be profitable. Thank you. And there were questions flooding in the question tab. We have received a total 350 questions to be precise. Yeah, and this Q&A is sponsored by Artemis Hospital. Thank you so much, Artemis Hospital. So very challenging to pick, the questions, because 350. Amazing. So let's start with the first one, which is by Raghunath Sahu. And this is what he says. In a recent paper from OECD report, I came across the juncture between climate change and environmental, social, and corporate governance. My question is, how do you see the concept of ESG from a climate perspective? And how do you think the approach should be, at least in Indian context, to achieve all the goals, keeping the climate at the center?
Sure. So I'd say that today, in the E dimension of ESG, climate change is probably one of the most important elements. Having said that, I'll also caveat it by, I referred in my talk to this concept of materiality. We shouldn't discount that. So materiality really means you need to look at what is critical driver of business success in your particular industry. So if I'm, let's say, a company in the steel sector, I'm producing steel with coal-fired blast furnaces, and therefore huge amount of carbon emissions from my industry. Obviously, my impact on climate change is very large, and it's a very strong material issue in my ESG consideration. But if I'm, let's say, a IT services company or doing web design, for instance, chances are my carbon footprint is quite minimal, and climate change may not have the same degree of relevance in my ESG tabulation of material issues. So climate as a consideration in ESG will vary from company to company, from industry sector to industry sector. But you could probably say with fair amount of confidence that for many companies, it is going to be perhaps one of the most important issues under the environmental dimension. And you're seeing that also in the reporting requirements. So for companies in manufacturing, the reporting requirements will stipulate disclosure on what are called scope 1, scope 2, and scope 3 emissions. And that's becoming very important. Even SEBI is now in its guidance note for Indian companies asked that companies must certainly report on scope 1 and scope 2. And as a leadership indicator, the best company should try and report scope 3 emissions, which is actually the most difficult to measure. That's everything that happens outside your plant, in your supply chain, and so So I think the beginnings of reporting will start putting pressure on companies to make sure they're measuring and then doing something about controlling those emissions. So I think it's becoming very much part of the discourse in India as well.
I hope, Raghunath Sahu, your question is answered. And with that, we will go ahead with Vedang Sharma. And he says, how can healthcare sector, which has become the focus, reduce plastic waste and contribute towards reducing climate change?
I think there are now extended producer responsibility regulations rules in India that require manufacturers to essentially be responsible for the collection of waste that is eventually disposed. But this, in the case of the healthcare sector, I think requires a lot of collaboration with key intermediaries, including the municipal corporations, the urban local bodies, etc. It also requires a huge amount of individual responsibility in households to segregate waste and to make sure that collection becomes a little easier. But those are some of the initiatives through education, through communication programs that companies must take responsibility for. I think the larger and better organized ones that are supplying to dedicated units, hospitals, for instance, there the protocols on collection are already quite well established. But it's many of the other users of plastic, including personal protective equipment, for instance, masks, things of that nature, where it is completely disorganized and chaotic at the moment, but will require much more collaboration with the intermediaries and collection agents, and obviously various arms of government at the center, the state, and the local bodies. So a lot of work to be done. And I think we are at the very early stages of trying to coordinate this whole system.
We'll go on to the third question, which is by Akshay Vishal. And he says that, will government incentivize consumer demand side to go for green consumption, and will it serve as a catalyst to accelerate climate conscious activities among producers, that is supply side?
I think those are great ideas, and I'd love to see people working on those. There have been some initial efforts to do things on that of that nature. So, for instance, the Godrej Group some years back started creating. Actually, they sort of supported this, and then it was adopted by, I think, CII as the first industry association. In a sense, green labeling to at least educate customers where the products pass a certain hygiene test in terms of their green quotient, the life cycle assessment of the way in which materials are used and then eventually disposed of, things of that nature. So I think the beginning has already been made. There are some standards in play, but much more could be done if the government were to more strongly mandate this and regulate this, which is in some ways what they're now beginning to do. For instance, you talked about the plastic waste issue with the earlier question. The whole idea of extended producer responsibility is something that the government has pushed, making it incumbent on manufacturers to be also responsible for end of life and for collection. So I think you'll start seeing more of that. And I think if the demand side is addressed, then certainly the producers themselves start doing much more. In my talk, I also gave the example of Unilever. Now, sensing that now individual customers are becoming much more concerned about the whole issue of global warming, they're now going to be printing on each one of their consumer products the amount of greenhouse gas emissions that would be released in the process of manufacturing and delivery to the customer. So that customers can then start making the choices for themselves, whether they are happy, consuming a product that has a certain level of carbon emission, whether they're happy with the carbon footprint that they themselves are then in the process creating. So I think ultimately, if you can address the consumption point, which is individual customers at one level, but also eventually larger customers, you're well on your way to actually finding a much more robust solution for some of these problems.
Thank you, Dr. Mukund. Due to paucity of time, we can't take any more questions from our very participative audience. But thank you so much for joining us and for all that food for thought. Really, really appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Good luck to all of you, and congratulations once again on this annual day event. Well done. Thank you. Stay safe, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that was Dr. Mukund, and I once again like to congratulate our current winners. We have Akshay Vishal, we have Raghunath Sahu, and along with that, Vedang Sharma. So congratulations to all three of you. Next up, is our keynote speaker session, where again we are going to take in questions. So keep that Q&A tab going. This session is sponsored by Star Health Insurance, a health insurance company that began in 2006 as India's first standalone health insurance provider, providing services in health, personal accident, and overseas travel insurance. Star Health Insurance has products to cater to everybody, be it individuals, families, corporates. Let's hear what they have to share with us.
Star Health Insurance, with its wide range of products for all ages and all diseases, always at your doorstep. Star Health Insurance, प्रोडक्ट्स की विशाल श्रृंखला सभी उम्र और बीमारियों के लिए सदैव आपकी सेवा में।
With that, this is our final session, our keynote address headlined by Mr. Sumant Sinha, the founder, chairman, and MD of Renew Power, India's largest clean energy company. Over a decade old, what started as a humble wind project of 25 megawatts in Gujarat allowed Renew Power to exponentially emerge as India's largest renewable power producer, with nearly 8,000 megawatts of commissioned and under construction wind and solar capacity spanning more than 100 sites across India. A forerunner on economic policy and climate change, Mr. Sinha is a voice to reckon with in his articles for acclaimed publications, as well as on global platforms such as the World Economic Forum, conclaves organized by the Financial Times, Fortune, and leading international universities. Mr. Sinha's vision has transformed the way energy is produced and consumed in India. Sir, it will be our privilege to hear about your journey that is so pertinent to the theme of this celebration. Over to you, Mr. Sinha.
Yeah, thank you so much for that. It's a real pleasure to be here, and I'd like to thank the FMS Forum for inviting me to deliver this keynote address. I need to share my presentation, so I'm just going to do a screen share, and I hope it's going to work well. So let's keep our fingers crossed. Can you see it?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, okay, fine. I am just going to try to move this to slideshow. Okay. Okay, can you see the slideshow?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Very good. So let me get started. I've been asked to talk about the energy transition and how that pertains to climate change and why that is relevant for climate change. So let me just start by just sketching out a little bit for you where we are right now. And I'm going to make this very factual, very objective, and it's going to be a little bit business focused. I'm not going to get into the morality of things. Of course, climate change is a very strong moral and ethical issue, but I'm going to approach it a little bit from a very practical, businessy kind of an approach. And I'm guessing that students at FMS probably will have a similar kind of a philosophy and mindset. So very quickly, the latest IPCC report says that, as you all know, we have to try to prevent more than 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature change, because beyond that, the effects of climate change are going to be very drastic. And vulnerable countries like India will be particularly hard hit. And therefore, we have to do everything within our power to prevent a 1.5 degrees centigrade climate change or temperature change from happening. Now, currently where we are, and you can see this line shows that over the last 20-25 years, you've seen a fairly dramatic increase of almost 0.8 degrees centigrade happening from the levels until the early 1990s. And so we've seen a steepening of the curve of temperature change. And that is really in response to the much higher economic activity and the carbon emissions that are happening. Now, as we look forward, the expectation is that this 1.5 degree threshold is going to be crossed as soon as 2031. We've already crossed 1.2 degrees centigrade by 2020, and this is over pre-industrial levels. industrial revolution levels. We've already crossed 1.2. We're very close to crossing 1.5. So if 1.5 was that magic number, right, beyond which you started seeing a lot of very significant climate change impacts, then guess what? The reality is we're literally 10 years away from crossing that number. And therefore, in some ways, the point to make here is that there is a very high degree of urgency around the whole issue of climate change. We just don't have time to waste any longer. We have to get into action. Now, what causes temperature changes? Obviously, we all know it's driven by greenhouse gas effects, driven by carbon dioxide emissions. Where are we right now on carbon dioxide emissions? You can see that we've gone from 22 billion tons every year to 34, 35 billion tons currently, right? And within that, you see that China is emitting almost 30% of total carbon emissions every year. The US is doing about 14%. India is actually the third largest carbon emitter in the world already, despite our low level of development. We're already at 8%. We are more than the entire European Union put together. So it's actually a fairly dangerous situation. Now, of course, India is a growing country. And so therefore, you can expect that this percentage of India's carbon emissions, of the world's emissions, will keep increasing quite dramatically as the USA and EU come down, flatten, and then start coming down. India will continue to increase. And so therefore, the consequences or the steps that India takes are going to be very, very consequential to the whole fight against climate change. And we cannot actually discount that, which is why in all climate change conversations, India is one of the 2 or 3 most critical countries in terms of the views and the steps that we take going forward. Now, another representation of looking at the carbon budget as a whole, if we're doing about 33 gigatons of carbon every year, right, we only have another 400 gigatons of carbon budget left to cross the 1.5 degrees centigrade, and about 1150 gigatons to cross 2 degrees centigrade. Now, that 400 gigatons going at the rate of 33, 34 gigatons a year, which is increasing right now, as I said, by 2030, 2032, we'll probably cross that level. And so you should assume at this point that 1.5 degrees centigrade temperature change is pretty much baked into our future, whether we like it or not. And that's unfortunately the reality. The question is, can we prevent it from going higher than that? Can we prevent it from going to 1.7 and then 2 degrees, at which point the consequential impacts of climate change become, exponentially worse. And so therefore we have to try our best. And so the next decade, this decade of the 2020s to 2030 is extremely, extremely critical in the action towards climate change. And that is really why it is very important for us to understand what are the levers of dealing with this whole carbon emissions, and what are the technologies that are now evolving that can actually help us deal with this issue. But make no mistake, this is a very, very fundamental issue. And at this point, there is just no time. Now, what has happened is that over the last several years, in recognition of this issue, there are, you know that the Paris Agreement happened in 2015, at which various countries essentially gave certain commitments, which were called NDCs, which are voluntary commitments. And then in Glasgow, in the COP26 that happened in November last year, the countries are meant to revise and increase their commitments. And these are still voluntary commitments. Now, what has happened is that about 150 countries have actually come out with NDCs. Not all the 192 countries have. So it's a bit of a mystery to me as to why 40 countries still don't even have NDCs at this point. So clearly they're not recognizing the criticality and the importance of the whole climate change issue. Now, a new sort of phrase has entered our lexicon, the climate change lexicon, and you all must have heard of it, and that is net zero, right? What does net zero mean? It means that certain countries are committing to say that, look, I commit that by a certain point in time, I will make sure that as a country, the emissions from my country become zero. Yes, there will be certain industries that will emit positive carbon, but I will also create certain carbon sinks, or I will take carbon out of the atmosphere to essentially get to a zero situation. Now, the number of countries that have now made these net zero commitments actually accounts for about 72% of total carbon emissions. So that's terrific. On the face of it, it sounds that this is really good. Countries are moving towards net zero. And if all countries get to net zero, then carbon emissions flatline. And hey presto, we don't exceed 1.7 or 2 degrees, whatever is likely to happen. There are a couple of nuances though. The first question is, by when are countries giving this commitment of getting to net zero? And the second question is, what is the trajectory that countries are actually giving to get there? If you say that I'm going to go all the way up and then suddenly sharply come down at the back end, then the area under the curve, which actually represents the total amount of carbon emissions, will actually be very high, and that is not going to work. And so companies need to bend the trajectory of their carbon emissions almost immediately, downwards as rapidly as possible, so that the area under these curves is minimized and the total carbon emissions actually over a period of time don't go up. The third thing is, how believable are these net zero commitments? Are they believable, or are they just a lot of hot air? Are they people just saying that we'll do it, knowing that it's 20, 30 years in the future, and neither are they going to be there, and nor will their commitments. And so therefore, you know what, let me just take some positive vibes right now by making these commitments. So that is something that we have to check. Every country's net zero commitments have to be checked for their validity, their credibility, and what is the country doing in terms of internal targets, external targets, to actually drive down to those levels. And so that is really something that is very, very critical. Now, let's look at what are the different scenarios that have been stated, right? Now, today, this black line here represents the total carbon emission trajectory that we have been on so far. Okay, it's actually continued to increase. It's gone down a little bit because of COVID, right? Now, as you can see, the trajectory has to bend down almost immediately to get down to this level of 1.5 degrees centigrade. And by 2060, we need to get to global net zero. Otherwise, it's actually going to lead to too much carbon having been emitted here. The trajectory that we're on right now, right, is somewhere around this kind of a level. This is based on where people have actually made commitments right now. This is really what people are assuming that will happen eventually. And we'll probably end up somewhere in this kind of a range between 2.1, 2 to 2.5 degrees centigrade is the likely expectation at this point by the end of the century. At that kind of temperature change, you should assume that all the low-lying countries would be getting flooded, coastal flooding would be common, temperature change and climatic weather pattern changes would be significant. Food baskets will be impacted. There'll be immigration. People will have to move, migrate from one place to another, and that is going to lead to its own consequences geopolitically. So there are all sorts of very bad ramifications. So we are just not on the right target at this point. Now, let's look at what is needed to be done, because I think it's good to sketch the problem out. We all understand it. It's a very significant problem. But the question is, what is it that we can all collectively get together and do? Where are the carbon emissions coming from? Which are the technologies that are evolving, and which are the industries that need to actually deal with this issue front and center for us to bend the trajectory down as rapidly as possible. Now, we are here in 2020, right? Between 2020 and 2030, there is going to be an additional 24% of carbon emissions that will happen, right? That certain studies have shown, if certain measures are taken, and these are the measures based on electrification, green hydrogen, behavioral changes, energy efficiency, all of these things are done, then there's a hope of getting the whole trajectory down to about 2030. This is the trajectory on a per year basis. That would then, between 2030 and 2050, keep increasing. And so we need a significant amount of new steps to basically get to 2050 net zero, which is required for us to get to 1.5 degrees centigrade, right? So these are very, very, very sizable asks. Humanity has shown a very poor ability to coordinate and act on a multilateral basis in a way that is good for everybody in the world, because it's all a question of finger pointing and saying, look, this is not my fault. It's your fault. You did this. You deal with it. I'm not going to deal with the cost of it, etc., right? So I'm obviously painting a very bleak picture for you guys. So the question is, what do we now need to do? How do we get to this level of these reductions? Now, this is where actually there is room for optimism, and there is some scope for having a slightly more positive mindset, right? Now, let's look at where these carbon emissions are coming from. These carbon emissions essentially are coming from energy, which accounts for 3/4 of total carbon emissions, agriculture, which is about 20%, industry is about 5%, and waste and so on is about 3%. So the biggest block really is industry. Now, what to do about industry? Now in industry, in energy, the breakup is that only a quarter of energy comes from electricity. And there's a huge amount of discussion and focus on electricity. And very often people in their own minds tend to mix up electricity and energy, right? But let's be clear that electricity is only a quarter of energy, which itself is 3/4 of all carbon emissions. So electricity by itself is maybe about 18 to 20% of total carbon emissions. So if we can address electricity, it solves a big part of the problem, but it does not solve the entire problem, not by a long shot. What else do we require? We require much more efficient use in buildings, because buildings consume heat, right? You need a lot of energy for heating buildings and cooling them. And by the way, in a country like India, cooling and air conditioning demand is going to be one of the biggest drivers of electricity consumption in the future. Transportation, and when I say transportation, it means surface transportation through both passenger vehicles as well as mass transportation. And it also includes shipping, and it also includes aviation. And that actually represents the single biggest block of energy at 30% of energy. Industries like steel, cement, refining, aluminum, these are big consumers of energy as well. And then other areas perhaps account for about 12%. So fundamentally, we need to find solutions for these four fundamental blocks: electricity, buildings, transportation, and industry. And if we find that, we'll essentially deal with or address 2/3 of carbon emissions around the whole area of carbon emissions, right? So those are the things that we need to attack first. Now, how do we attack those? Now, there are solutions that are emerging, and this is really the good news. On electricity, we know that we have renewable energy that is becoming cheaper by far. And now we know that renewable energy is a way to totally decarbonize the electricity part of this energy system. And so we need renewable energy and we need storage solutions to do that. In industries, you have direct carbon capture and you have hydrogen that is coming in. If we can put pressure on industries to go for carbon offsets, that will create carbon sinks elsewhere. On transportation, of course, we know that we have electric vehicles that are coming up, but we also, especially for shipping and for aviation, we need replacement fuels to come in. And we'll have to discuss what those are, and we'll have to, there's a lot of technology development that needs to happen. And on buildings, of course, we need energy efficiency and renewable energy generation. And I can't see the last one because there's a bar here. Yeah. And in other areas, of course, there are green hydrogen related issues that we have to try to address, right? So these are the kinds of solutions that are beginning to emerge. So let's talk about these solutions a little bit more. Now, let's look at what's happening. And I'm going a little bit fast because there is a lot of ground to cover. So I just want to make sure that I cover as much as I can. Now, in wind turbines, for example, which is a big part of driving the solution. So if I were to take a step back, the two big things that are happening that we need to drive are decarbonization of electricity as step one. And number two, electricity, which represents only 23% of the energy chain, needs to be increased to as big a number as possible, because we know that we can decarbonize electricity. So therefore, we have to work on this problem in two fundamental fronts. One is make electricity as clean as possible, and two, increase the share of electricity in the energy mix as much as possible. If you're able to do that, then we would have solved more or less 2/3 of the carbon emissions problem, right? Now, on greening electricity, the news is actually very good, because you see what's the technology evolution that has happened. And this actually represents the evolution of wind turbines, right? We've now gone from very small 100, 200 kilowatt wind turbines up to 4, 5, 6 megawatt wind turbines onshore, and 13 to 15 or almost that much class wind turbines, megawatt wind turbines offshore. And so therefore, the cost of these wind turbines is coming down dramatically. Okay. The second thing is, if you look at solar PV, because obviously we've all heard of solar PV costs, solar photovoltaic costs have come down dramatically over the last literally only 10, 12 years. And I've seen it happening in front of us. What we've seen happening essentially is that a few years ago, solar was more expensive, wind was more expensive than thermal power. But today, we've now got a situation where both solar and wind are almost 40, 50% cheaper than coal-based power. And so I think this is a realization that now is dawning on policymakers, it's dawning on consumers of power, that now it doesn't make sense for anybody to buy coal-based or fossil fuel-based electricity any longer, because there is a commercially better solution for people, which is wind and solar, which, by the way, also happens to be the cheapest power that they can buy, and also carbon-free. And so therefore, we are having this coming together of the climate change imperative with a commercial imperative. And to me, it is the commercial imperative that is actually going to solve the climate change problem eventually. And that is being driven fundamentally by technology evolution. And that is really what these charts represent. That over the last 10 years, solar costs have gone down by almost 80–85%. Wind costs have gone down very substantially as well. And depending on the country, certain countries have better solar radiation, certain countries have better wind speeds. And so different solutions will work in different countries. But the reality is this solution now is much better, much cleaner than the alternative, in which in most countries is either coal-based power or gas-based power. Now, the one problem of renewable energy is its intermittency, because solar generates when the sun is shining, wind generates when the wind is blowing, and you can't anticipate them as well, you can't forecast them. So how do you manage the grid? You can't have a situation where suddenly in the middle of the day, if a cloud cover comes in, or it happens to be a cloudy day, there's no solar generation, and you're suddenly out of whack. Now, for that, you need, therefore, the ability of storing this power. And that is really, again, where the news is getting good. Battery costs have come down very dramatically, and you see the same kind of cost reduction happening in batteries as you saw happening in the case of solar. And these things are being driven by 2 or 3 factors. One is obviously technology research. 2 is economies of scale on the manufacturing side. And 3, better ecosystem management on other costs, balance of system costs, the whole issue of training people, getting them to set things up, understanding how to connect to the grid and so on. And so therefore, as battery costs come down, the whole package of renewable energy plus batteries is now at a point where you can give baseload power, right, which is totally clean, which is cheaper than coal-based power. And therefore, and this, by the way, this trend is going to keep continuing because technology will keep evolving in solar and wind and batteries. And so from this point on, you'll essentially find that the competitiveness of these clean energy sources against the alternative, which could be gas, which could be nuclear, which could be hydro, which could be coal, is going to keep improving and increasing over time. And therefore, that gives us a lot of room for hope that eventually the way forward, the pathway towards greening the electricity system is now very much visible. It's very much there, and we know how to get it done. Now, this is, by the way, not something that we've known for many years. This is something that has literally happened in the last 2 or 3 years as technology costs have continued to come down, as the experience of setting these things up has increased, as ability to manage the grid has improved. These realities have become more evident now. And so therefore, as we look at planning for climate change and greening the grid and greening our electricity supply and our energy system more broadly, renewable energy is going to be, along with batteries, will be a fundamental sort of building block in dealing with that whole issue, right? The next thing that has happened, and this is even more recent, is the issue of green hydrogen. Now, green hydrogen is this incredible opportunity where you can actually make green hydrogen by electrolyzing water, and you can electrolyze water by using clean energy or renewable energy. And so you can produce hydrogen, which is totally clean. And in burning hydrogen, what you produce is the oxidation of hydrogen leads to water creation. There's no carbon dioxide that is made. So if you can develop applications of green hydrogen in industry, in transportation and electricity generation, in terms of storage and so on, it can actually be a very, very significant move forward in decarbonizing the entire energy system. Now, today, green hydrogen is still expensive, but there is, again, given the evolution of technology, given the work that is going in different parts of the world, and policy making, it is very clear that over the next 3 to 4 years, green hydrogen again will become more competitive than the alternative, which is hydrogen made through a process which emits carbon dioxide and methane. And it will become, again, as a source of usage, much cheaper as a fuel for both the shipping and the aviation industries. And it could also get into mass transportation through things like fuel cells and so on. And so therefore, hydrogen is a very versatile opportunity for us to deal with issues around the other parts of the energy value chain. So not only now are we finding solutions to the electricity part, which is 24% of energy, but also the balance 3/4, which deals with industry, transportation, and buildings. And some of those solutions are also now becoming available. And so shipping and aviation, there's a lot of technology work going on, a lot of work, research going on in finding specific solutions for shipping and aviation. And large shipping companies like Maersk, for example, have now taken a decision that a certain percentage of their fuel in the next few years' time, they'll convert to green sources. So those kinds of decisions large corporates are now beginning to take. Now, is it fast enough? Is it quick enough? Can't say, but at least the movement has started. So there's a lot of work going on in some of these areas. And for example, the US, along with the World Economic Forum, has constituted this group called the First Movers Coalition. I'm glad to say that Renew, our company, is one of the founding members of 30 companies around the world that is actually meant to be looking at early adoption of these new green technologies so that we can actually create demand and create critical mass for these technologies to get ramped up. Now, therefore, as I said earlier, we are in the midst of two very fundamental energy transitions right now. One, greater electrification, and two is decarbonization. And what we are seeing is that over time, there's going to be a massive increase in electrification and the share of renewable energy increasing in the whole area of electricity and energy in general to a much, much larger percentage than it is right now. So what is the implication of this in terms of actual business opportunities? Because all of you are business students, and I'm sure you want to know what is the implication of this in dollars and cents. So let me tell you that, and I'll paint a picture for you. Today, the global oil and gas industry, right, which is one of the largest industries in the world, the largest sectors in the world. And you know that oil and gas, there's so many wars that have been fought, so much geopolitics that goes around the whole issue of oil and gas. The oil and gas sector globally, or industry globally, invests about $500 to $600 billion every year. Okay, globally, all companies put together. The power in the electricity sector globally invests about $300 billion every year. So about $800 billion, let's say a round number of $1 trillion, is invested globally by electricity, by energy companies at this point in time. To make this energy transition happen and to replace existing sources with clean energy, to account for the future growth, to account for deepening electrification, to account for green hydrogen to get into specific areas, the amount of investment that is required over the next 30 years, various estimates have shown that this number is meant to be more than $100 trillion, which means more than $3 trillion of investment starting almost this year, every year. That is more than 3 times the total capital that has been going into the energy system as it stands today. So that's the kind of massive ramp up that we need immediately if we are to meet the 2030 target and bend the trajectory down right now, right? So $3 trillion globally is required in this industry. And on the chart on the right-hand side shows you that a bulk of that has to go into renewables and other zero carbon power generating sources. It has to go into building our transmission and distribution grids. It has to go into battery storage. Some of it has to go into hydrogen, and some of it has to go into technologies to green industry and transportation. Okay, so that's the scale of the challenge that is in front of us to actually make this entire climate change issue get dealt with. But what that means is that for all of us, this is a business opportunity like no other. Okay, it requires, and just to give you a sense, right now, cumulatively, the investments in clean energy globally so far have been $1.6 trillion. We need almost $3 trillion every single year from this point on for the next 30 years in this industry for this to make sense. So the point only being that that is why, you know, people say that the green industry is going to have the biggest business opportunities in the decades to come, along with digitalization. Okay, so these are the two biggest business opportunities in a sense that will be available for all of us to deal with over the next few decades. Now, of course, I'm a lot older than you guys, but for those of you who are starting your careers now, and I'm assuming those are the majority of you on this call, getting into this area, it's still early days, and you can very easily shape and build a career in this industry for the next 30, 40 years in an industry which is going to grow rapidly. And there are many, many opportunities that will be coming up, many business opportunities that will be coming up. And, as the investment keeps increasing, there will be a lot of other kinds of opportunities that will also be arising around this. Now, what is India doing? India has actually been quite progressive in dealing with climate change issues. We have committed to go net zero by 2070, which you can argue is quite far away, and it is. But this is the first time India has actually put a net zero target ahead. India's constant argument has been that we have not caused this carbon emissions. We have a very underdeveloped economy. The whole development paradigm is still in front of us. So don't look to us for solving a problem that we have not created. But I think the view that India is now taking is that, look, the reality is we're all in this together. We, India, have a vulnerable population. We will be one of the hardest hit by climate change. So forget about who caused this problem. Let's put our shoulder to the wheel and try to solve this problem as best as possible. And that is why the Prime Minister at Glasgow announced a number of targets, which includes, by the way, setting up 500 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity by 2030, which will require an investment of close to $500 billion in the next 8 or 9 years, which is obviously going to mean a very significant scale up in our industry. And that's terrific for people like us because it gives us a tremendous growth opportunity in years to come. And so therefore, as I look at our company's future over the next 8 or 9 years, I can see that the market is not going to be a constraining factor for us. Our constraining factor is going to be our ability to execute projects on the ground, right? And therefore, as a company, we could be several times our current size. Today, we have a total pipeline of 10 gigawatts. We already produce 1% of India's total electricity production, and we currently help mitigate 0.5% of India's carbon emissions already as a company in the 10 years of our existence. But over the next 8 or 9 years, this number could go up to 5%, 6% of total energy produced by India. And the carbon emissions could also increase quite substantially. So I think the opportunity for us as a company to grow is very, very sizable. We've created a great platform now with a lot of expertise in our company to capitalize on this growth. And the best thing is that what we are doing is good. It's a good thing to be done for the world, the globe, humanity, etc. And therefore, we are actually quite happy about that. Now, the Indian government has also announced a number of positive policy measures to actually enable all this to happen, right? There's a national green energy policy that is coming out in the next few days' time. There's a lot of effort that they've put into encouraging people like us and creating a market for people like us. So I think that is all very positive. The other thing the Indian government is now doing is they're trying to localize manufacturing. So far, we import all our solar modules from China, almost $10 billion worth every year. It's a big part of our budget, our trade deficit with China. So the Indian government is now saying, you know what, let's start manufacturing solar modules in India, right? The cost will go up a little bit, but solar is so much cheaper than anything else that even if the cost goes up a little bit, it doesn't matter. So we're now going to be creating a domestic market for manufacturing solar modules. And we'll create a fairly big industry given the size of our domestic market. And we'll now replicate the same thing in manufacturing of wind turbines, which already happens in India quite a bit, in batteries, in electrolyzer, and fuel cell manufacturing. Now, in a lot of these, by the way, our neighbor to the north, China, I guess realized a lot of these 10 years ago. And they've been massively creating industries in this area. So if you look at most of the companies that are the largest companies in the world in some of these areas, they're all Chinese companies. And they are creating a tremendous amount of value for themselves. And so China as a country has taken the lead on this whole green economy. And India is now playing catch up because we are trying to now emerge on the strength of our domestic market by walling off our market from foreign imports. We're trying to create the domestic market, which I think is very good because over a period of time, we can actually then also emerge as an exporter of these items and emerge actually as a geopolitical alternative to China in terms of a market from where people can export and buy green technologies. I think behind that, we also need to develop a massive R&D component, which we don't have right now. So we are typically tending to import most technologies, but that's something that we need to do as the next step as well. So we need to really ramp up our relationship with institutes like IITs. And for example, we've established a renewable energy center at IIT Delhi. The idea being to harness a lot of the work that is being done there and direct it in a manner that is practically implementable as soon as possible. So like us, there are many other companies. Of course, there are other IITs as well that are focusing on this area. And I think it's enormously useful, enormously important for us to develop an R&D base as well. So I think this is terrific. So in conclusion, let me say the following. Number one, climate change is real, it's urgent, it's critical. And this is the decade in which if we don't take action, it's going to become too late. So it is something that we need to act on right now. Current efforts are simply not enough. We are actually right now on a more than 2 degrees centigrade path. We need to bend the trajectory immediately. We need to take action steps right now. For this, we need two things. We need to decarbonize electricity. And number two, we need to deepen electrification. And we need to find specific solutions for specific areas within industry and transportation. And there's a lot of research, technology development, and so on going on in those areas, but it needs to really get speeded up. India, where does India sit in this? India is fundamental to the fight against climate change. If we don't come to the party, it's going to be a disaster. The good news is that we are coming to the party. We have adopted some pretty transformative and visionary policies, and we are encouraging this entire sector by creating a domestic ecosystem as well. And hopefully that allows us to create an example of how you can find solutions to these issues by quickly decarbonizing our economy. And so not only is this good for the climate, this is going to be one of the biggest business opportunities in the decades to come. And India, by leading into the energy transition, has a massive opportunity over the next several decades to capitalize on and take advantage of this new and emerging massive behemoth of a sector, this clean energy, this clean transition, this greening of the global economy. It's going to be a massive, massive opportunity. And India has the opportunity of really taking advantage of that area. And so therefore, climate change is a massive crisis. I think humanity is dealing with it, but technology is going to provide the solution, and businesses and corporates ultimately will provide the solution. And we need commercial solutions eventually. Otherwise, it's not going to be possible to deal with this. And the good news is that those commercial solutions are now becoming available. So let me stop here. Thank you so much for being patient. And I can stop my screen sharing if that is possible. How do I stop? Yeah, it's gone. Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha, once again for this thought-provoking reflections and rightly put on how green industry can be a great business opportunity for the next decade for our youth. For me, I should definitely consider this as a business opportunity. And if you look at the larger perspective, it can really help the planet too. So thank you so much. And a lot of questions coming in, and so many questions, but due to paucity of time, once again, we're going to just take 3. So let's start with the first one. Sushant Agarwal says, geoengineering technologies are methods to artificially cool the planet, such as the addition of particles to the stratosphere to reflect sunlight back into space. We witness controversial perception from governments and funders. What's your take on such measures?
Well, honestly speaking, Sushant, I haven't read too much about geoengineering solutions. And I don't know how practical and how real it is, because had it been real, had it been practical, surely it would have been something that one would have heard of as a potential solution. I have not heard about it. So I can only conclude that it is not something that has yet become mainstream. But you know what? Thank you for letting me know. I'll certainly keep an eye out for looking at the technology behind this and then looking at what kind of business models can be made to work behind this. So thank you for letting me know, and I'll do some more diligence on this.
We'll move on to our next question by Dipta. And she says, as we ramp up solar and wind energy in India, would it not be better if we develop India's hydrogen economy to stay abreast with developed nations?
Hydrogen economy, no, of course. And I said in my presentation also that the two are not mutually exclusive, because the question is, how do you make hydrogen? You can't make hydrogen using the current steam methane reforming system, because that emits carbon dioxide. It's very polluting. So you have to make green hydrogen. You have to make hydrogen using clean energy, which is called green hydrogen. And that clean hydrogen you make, or green hydrogen you make by using renewable energy. So actually, in making green hydrogen, 70% of the cost is that of renewable energy. And so therefore the two are actually totally go hand in hand with each other. You make green hydrogen by using renewable energy. And so you need both to actually move forward at the same pace. So it's not an either or situation, it's a both situation.
Our next question is from Siddharth Verma, and his question is, what role will be played by new and emerging clean energy technologies in meeting India's 450 gigawatt renewable energy target?
Of new technologies, well, look, first of all, I think that green hydrogen is in some ways a new technology, because it's not yet been implemented anywhere at scale, or even maybe there are just one or two very small pilots. So that's a technology that, while we're talking about, still has to get implemented on the ground. So that's, I think, one new technology that comes in. Secondly, we're talking about batteries, but we actually don't have any installations yet. But over the next 2-3 years, you'll start seeing a lot of new battery technologies coming in, because within batteries, there are multiple different kinds of technologies being developed by many different companies around the world. Which of those eventually ends up being successful, we'll have to wait and see. And the third thing is that within solar itself, you'll see new and different kinds of materials coming in on the solar panels. For example, perovskites is one area that has been talked about a lot. That is something that is likely to come on and become commercially viable in the next maybe 2-3 years' time. So you'll see movement happening in that direction. So quite a few of those kinds of things will happen. And those are all going to be new in essentially making sure that renewable energy becomes cheaper over time. The pathway to cost reduction continues, and its adoption into the grid becomes easier and easier, because now there's a way to manage its output.
Thank you, Mr. Sinha. And it was such an honor to have you with us. And once again, really grateful for your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you so much for inviting me. Terrific to talk to all of you.
Thank you. A lot of life lessons to learn from here from Mr. Sinha, and thank you to Star Health Insurance for supporting this keynote address. Let's hear it once again from Star Health Insurance.
स्टार हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस प्रोडक्ट्स की विशाल श्रृंखला सभी उम्र और बीमारियों के लिए सदैव आपकी सेवा में. Your health is our concern. Choose appropriate hospital. Our telemedicine and customer care team are available to guide you. Star Health Insurance, always at your doorstep.
Thought-provoking, educative, action-oriented. What an enriching experience this forum has been. Definitely going to lead to an inception of new ideas, and most importantly, it's going to empower us to take action. Yes, let's nurture nature for our future. And this is what I was reflecting when I was listening to all our fantastic panelists. What can I do to contribute to our environment? And these are the three things I'm declaring. Firstly, I do segregate my dry waste, wet waste. So the composting is done, but I don't promote it. Maybe I should promote it even more among my friends, my family members. Second, there's a tendency of wasting food. And I and my family, we're going to ensure that we reduce, in fact, don't waste food at all. And most importantly, we all love shopping, but we can cut down on unnecessary pressure on resources of our Mother Earth. And that's what I am going to do. Not just words, but take action. And which is why, while we end this evening, I think it's the beginning of many new changes. Ladies and gentlemen, what an amazing, amazing participant you all have been. I love the fact that you had so many questions during this session and we had so many winners. Once again, thank you for that. And now for what many of us have been waiting for, the winners list of the Think Debate, the edited capsule of what happened a while ago is right here in front of me. Here we go. On the third place is, stay tuned, Team IIM Bangalore with Disha Batra, Shubham Kumar that take home cash prize of rupees 25,000. Congratulations to both of you. Would you like to say a few words?
Thank you so much, everyone. We had a great experience working on this, both the deck and interacting with the judges as well as the panelists. The question and answer session was especially thought-provoking and engaging, and the organization was very smooth. So thank you, FMS, for organizing and inviting us on this platform.
Congratulations to both of you. Shubham, do you want to say something?
I think Disha has covered most of it, but yeah, thanks to FMS and the opportunity given to us. It was a great learning experience.
Wonderful, and kudos to both of you. Fantastic. And with that, the second spot is Team FMS with Rahul Gussain, Ronak Abhimoga. They sweep away a cash prize of rupees 40,000. Congratulations.
Thank you so much for the FMS Forum for enabling this opportunity for us. And we are really glad that we are here representing FMS. Thank you for this opportunity. It was great.
Yeah, and it was really a great experience, participating in this debate and sharing our views and opinions. And specifically thanks to FMS Forum for providing us a platform to express our views and to be able to, share our opinions on this topic. So thank you so much for that.
Congratulations, Rahul. Ronak, keep up the initiative. We love it. And now, bagging the top spot is Team IIFT with Shubham Singh Kumar and Saurajit Sinha, who walk away with cash prize of rupees 50,000. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. So I would like to thank the FMS Forum for providing us with this opportunity and with this very interesting case study. And I would also like to thank the judges for their invaluable feedback. And lastly, through this platform, I would like to urge you all to please, reduce your carbon footprint, be it taking a small step like taking public transportation or reducing your electricity consumption, because a small step from all of us would compound to a giant leap for the entire India and their climate goals. Thank you.
Shubham, it's such a proud moment for you because you're winning for the second time, right? We have Team IIFT that is showcasing to the world what the youth really need to do. So congratulations once again.
Thank you, ma'am. And Shubham has pretty much covered it all. So the case study was very interesting. The debate topic was very interesting because we had a stark reality check between what we commit. We might make great strides in renewable energy, but as far as the reality is concerned, it's starkly different. And we got to know that coal is a necessary evil, and there's no going away from coal in the times to come, maybe in 5 or 10 years. So yeah, and also the steps that we can take, because we cannot, the last 10 years cannot decide the next 10 years. So it was a great learning experience. Thank you, FMS Forum, for organizing this event.
Congratulations, Sarajit.
Thank you.
Commendable work. Massive congratulations to all the teams for winning and participating. And once again, winners of the Q&A session, Kuldeep, Prashant, Ankur Sharma, Richa, Raghunath Sahu, Akshay, Vishal, Vedang Sharma, Sushant Agarwal, Dipti, Siddharth Verma. Kudos to you. Fantastic. It's great when you ask questions because it all starts with asking that one question. That's where ideas generate. That's where curiosity comes up. So Thank you so much for being such an amazing, amazing audience. A big thank you to all those who kept the questions coming alive, all of you, everyone. And while we are at it, another round of gratitude to STL, our title sponsor, HDFC Ergo, and Mirchi, who stepped in as co-sponsors. Let's spotlight them one more time.
Life is a blockchain of dots, and data connectivity is the most fundamental. In no time, everything from enterprises to cities to economies to cultures will be connected, networked. This is tomorrow, and it can only be created if we think beyond tomorrow. And that's why we are here, the Digital Networks Integrator. We build end-to-end technology solutions that make the digital networks ready for tomorrow, with unique capabilities in optical interconnect, virtualized access, network software, and system integration. We are innovating across the technology stack. The world of digital is our oyster. We co-imagine, co-own, and co-create the future with our customers for a value proposition of the whole, which is greater than the sum of its part. For telcos, it is creating hyperspeed connections by the millions. For what we call the cloud era, it is all about the intelligent edge and massive connectivity. We enabled virtualized gigabyte broadband and offer integrated 5G solution. Large enterprises need to win at everything: performance, digitization, and security. And what about people and nation? They are all our customers. We light up millions of nodes that democratize data for all. All of this is not simple. But then, who wants simple? We love problems. That is why our customers love our end-to-end solutions in wireless connectivity, optical connectivity, FTTX integration network modernization, and fiber deployment. With STL's 25 years of experience in optical fiber innovations and India-made secure 5G solution ready for the world, we enable full value of connectivity by creating networks that offer the digital-first experience to your customer. There is joy in creating value. What is good for humankind is good for us. We believe in giving back to the society and communities. We do all of this the stellar way, by creating happy teams full of innovators and hustlers with over 30+ nationalities. We delight inside out, and this is what makes STL a great place to work. Here we are with over 600 patents, 4 innovation centers, and 2 software development centers. With 8 global production facilities producing more than 50 million fiber kilometers, and 3,000+ happy employees. Having Academy train more than 86,000 tech professionals, now in Guinness Book of World Record. STL, making its place among the top 100 tech challengers of 2020. Changing the status quo, taking the world beyond tomorrow. STL, beyond tomorrow.
India's #1 radio station Mirchi is now much more than radio. Experience Mirchi's multi-format, multilingual entertainment via FM, digital and live platforms. To know more, visit www.radiomirchi.com or follow Mirchi World on Facebook and Instagram.
देश के कई गांव से हर रात लगातार गायब हो रहे गन्ने। कहाँ जा रहा है इसमें एलियंस का हाथ है? आइए जानते हैं सच डॉक्टर अंतरिक्ष सेठ से।
इन एलियंस के सच से भी ज्यादा जरूरी है देश के लिए जानना ये सच।
हाँ, बोलिए सच।
HDFC अर्गो की ऑप्टिमा सिक्योर हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसी के सिक्योर बेनिफिट से आपको मिलेगा दुगना कवरेज एट नो एडिशनल कॉस्ट।
कमाल है, वो देखिए एलियन की पूंछ।
हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस का सबसे बड़ा सच, ऑप्टिमा सिक्योर दे बेनिफिट्स सो मच।
Ladies and gentlemen, before we wrap this session, I would like to invite FMS Forum's Vice President, Mr. Rajkamal Sharma, for a vote of thanks and to conclude this celebration. From the FMS batch of 79, he has had a distinguished career in the FMCG industry with stints in Unilever and Nestle. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. I must say we've had a very informative, invigorating, and knowledge-filled evening. And the message for all of us is clear. Climate change is an imminent threat and challenge, and we cannot wait for the government or public sector, or private sector, or independent organizations to act on them. We all need to perform our part in addressing this vexing problem. That is why the theme of the event is climate change and you. If we do not wake up now, there is a big price to be paid. Let me share my own personal experiences. I was recently in Sariska forest area. Remote villages had prolific usage of solar panels. This was both for small huts or houses, as well as for pumps used for irrigation. It was absolutely amazing and very impressive. I can also share with you my own, let us say, contribution to the cause. While briefing the architect for my new house that is under construction, I have insisted that each of the 8 parking lots at stilt level must have EV charging points, because I see EV as the future. And I think in the next 5 years, all the cars in that parking lot are going to be electric vehicles. And also the terrace will have solar panels for generating electricity. There would be no genset. So before the program comes to an end, it is my proud privilege to propose a vote of thanks on behalf of the FMS Forum. Let me start by thanking the audience. We are nearly 700 at one time. The Dean of FMS, Professor Suneja, who is also a patron of the FMS Forum, and all faculty members who have joined. We must thank the students, the alumni who joined in large numbers, and of course the sponsors, title sponsor STL, co-sponsors HDFC Ergo and Mirchi, session sponsor Star Health Insurance, and the Q&A sponsors Mark Exhaust and Artemis Hospital. The jury of the Think debate, Professor Amit Bardhan, Anvesha Thakkar, Dr. Rahul Tongia. The moderator for the panel discussion, Nikunj Dalmia. And of course, all the esteemed speakers and panelists for today's sessions. I would be amiss in my duty if I was not to thank the digital marketing agencies, Nidhi and her team, and of course, our lovely MC, Lincia Rosario. Thank you for so much, Lincia, and all the others who have contributed to the success of today's program.
Thank you, Mr. Sharma. And with that heartfelt gratitude from Mr. Sharma, ladies and gentlemen, I, Lincia Rosario, and the team that put together FMS Founders Day celebration for this year, thank you, each one of you, for joining us this evening and making it so special. I would like to leave you with this thought. We have a single mission to protect and hand on the planet to the next generation. Ask yourself, what are you going to do? What is the action you're going to take? Thank you. This is Lincia Rosario signing off. Thank you once again.